Yeah.
One. Hello, everyone. I hope that this is working. Um, Welcome to a Geek of One's Own. Once more, we're back here with an amazing game. Today, we are playing Villagesong, a game created by V, who is joining us today. Um, so, I hope you're all doing well. I'm I'm sorry. If you were here last week, you know how nervous I was, and this is a bit of a repeat of that. It's just so intimidating to be playing such wonderful games with such amazing people. Uh, I would like to start this stream with an acknowledgement of country. Again, if you're not from Australia, this might be an unfamiliar concept to you, but this is something to say that we recognize that we live in Aboriginal land, and that we want to pay our respect to those people that were here before us and whose land this is. Um, so we'll do that now because I think it's really important. Um, so I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land upon which all of us are meeting. For me, this is the Wallumedegal land of the Wallumedegal tribe. I would like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging, as well as any Aboriginal people joining us on this stream today. Another thing I'd like to bring up is again, it's still June, which means it's still Pride Month, and despite that, I really like Logan's Twitter handle today, which is queer this month, queer every month, or something along those lines. Uh, and it's kind of similar to the whole "Are you okay?" movement. We think it's just 1 month, it's just one day. No, it's not. Um, this is the way we live. This is the way we are, and it's great, and it should be celebrated every day of the year. But I'm so happy that June has been picked out as the day to celebrate the queer community. And I want to do a special shout out to anyone out there that's just kind of struggling, trying to figure it out. That's just, it's not an easy thing. Like, we live in a world where this sort of thing is more accepted and it's easier to get into, but it's still such a personal journey, and it's such a difficult thing to kind of wrap your head around and come to terms with for some. And if you are one of these people that is struggling, I just want to encourage you. Just explore, find who you are, and be true to yourself always. Um, Without further ado, we're gonna start going around and discussing the game, the people playing it today, the people joining me. Um, so if I can get you guys to take turns introducing yourself, tell us who you are, what you do, um, who you're gonna play today, what you've been working on. Just give us a bunch of information about who you are, and I will be putting your links in the chat. So if you are in the chat and interested in finding more about these amazing people, just keep an eye on chat. Um, let's start with Matt.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to play this wonderful game, which, like, when I got all the cards and everything, I was just so psyched because all the art, everything is so stellar. So I'm so happy to be able to play it for the first time with such an amazing group of people. And if you want to find more with me, it's improv and D&D on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. But aside from that, I'm just jazzed.
Nice. Thanks, Matt. So yeah, looking forward to playing with you. Logan, would you like to tell us more about yourself?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Logan, he, him pronouns. I'm calling in from Wurundjeri country, part of the Kulin Nation, Eastern Kulin Nation here in Melbourne or Naarm, in Australia. I'm a game designer, just general tabletop role playing game nerd. You can find me on Twitter at ink_and_stories, where, yes, currently my screen name is Logan, queer this month and every other. And I'm also on itch.io where I sell all of my games. A number of them are very queer. I've got a Pride sale going on at the moment as well, where you can get $100 worth of my games for $10, and a bunch of other games. So it's like 90% off or something. But yeah, so you can look at that at breathingstories.itch.io. That's where all my games are. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Uh, and last but definitely not least, V, tell us who you are for those of you who don't know you yet.
Today, I am V. Hendra, calling in from Gadigal and Wongal land, from the people of the Eora Nation. And I designed Villagesong, which is this snazzy boxed game, as part of Storybrewers Roleplaying. And you can find that on storybrewersroleplaying.com. A bit about me. I love game design. I got married when it was illegal to be gay married in Australia. So that wasn't even that long ago. And yeah, no, I'm super excited to be able to enjoy and play this game with you all today. Normally, I facilitate the game and I don't often get to play. And so I'm psyched to get to play as well, which is exciting.
Nice, nice. That's amazing, and I'm so excited for this. So for everyone watching at home, um, we have our characters already set up, but we're gonna tell you a bit more about who they are and kind of how they're connecting to each other. Um, v, I will hand the reins over to you. Maybe give us also like a quick intro to what Villagesong is, and kind of how it's going to be playing.
Yeah, absolutely. So Villagesong is a game where you are all leaders of a village, and all four of your villages, in this case, because we're playing four players, share an island together. We're all neighboring villages on an island. And as we go through the game, we will be drawing cards from a deck, and those cards will give us different circumstances, situations, and tough decisions that we will have to face as leaders. And we will make decisions on how we think they should be resolved, and our decisions will have a change on the island. Will affect our neighbors. It will affect our own villages. And as we chart our path through this story, making decisions, we're adding little bits of poetry into the I guess the chronicles of our village. And at the end of the game, we'll have a chance to reflect on everything that has passed by reading through the village song of our individual villages. So we'll have all unique sort of leaders, combinations of leaders and the villages that we're leading. And we've also pre-picked a combination of currents of change, which are thematic groupings of changes that will happen on the island, and mix those up together in our deck. So we're picking 3 of the 8 that's available in the game. And this particular set that we've picked is called Leaders in Focus. So a lot of the cards are going to be about the island itself, or our villages or our leaders' relationship with each other. So a quick shout out in terms of the currents of change. They were based on the historical research that the historian on this game, Jara, provided. So they kind of have a basis in history, although they've clearly, this game is a little bit folklore, mythical, fantastical. So there's some grounding in history, but we've also taken it beyond that a little bit. So yeah, so that's a game. That's what we're going to be doing today. And so we will be introducing our characters and our villages now. We haven't yet picked the bonds that are going to go next to us. That is going to be what ties our leaders together. But I'll talk through all the rules of the game as they come up, because it's very easy to do it in that way. Cool. So, Liam, do you want to introduce? I'm going to pick on you as it's your
Yeah,
stream.
absolutely.
And then we can go clockwise around the table. the virtual table.
Yeah, no worries. So today I am playing Agnia, um, which represents strength. Um, I'll read the back of my card. Should I do that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Anya, you strive to inspire and protect. By force of body and force of will, you vow to protect your village, their heavy trust placed in the strength of this promise. The village follows your lead. Others see your power as God given, but sweat and toil marked your path to worthiness. Your flame burns hot, quick to move and strike, its captivating light drawing others to your side. Each day you tend to it, but without care, fire loses to its own nature and devastates. And then there's a decide thingy bob.
Yes. Yep. So
Um,
answer those out. You can read them out loud and answer them for your
yeah,
character.
absolutely. Um, so, do charismatic words hold more power or shows of force? Uh, I think this time around, this time around, it's the first time I play as this character, but I think I'm going to say shows of force. Agnes today is going to be a leader that is deeds over words. And the second question is: should you strike first to protect your own village? In in for a penny, in for a pound. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Agnes today is going to be a fierce warrior that isn't going to take chances.
Perfect. And could you tell us a little bit about Langit, your village, and maybe how your leader intersects with that?
Absolutely. So Langit. Your village is Langit, named for its pristine blue waters that echo the sky. Your blessed lake was a gift from the spirits, and since the time of your ancestors, you give it offerings and protection. When the lake is tranquil, the village is tranquil. When the lake is angry, the village is angry. There's two main peoples within that village. We've got the lake keepers. Traditions and rituals must be preserved, lest the lakes visits its anger upon you. And we have the young. We must drink knowledge from every wellspring, or we fear our village cannot weather adversity. Um, so in this case, I feel like Agnia is very, very, very protective of this lake. Uh, this lake is the village, and everything and anything that happens to it or to the land around it is bound to reflect on the village. So I feel like yes, the lake keepers and Agnia get along very well. I think she's very set into the traditions and how everything needs to happen a certain way. And if you dare say that it's time to move on from the old ways, you're taking a big risk. And the young believe that we need to drink knowledge from every wellspring, or we fear our village cannot weather adversity. In this case, I feel like the young are probably the ones that are trying to be like, maybe we need to reach out a bit more. Maybe there's new things to find. Turns out it's not all about the spirits. The weather has a thing to play, apparently. But, like, we all know the weather has to do with the spirits. So, like, maybe I think that's where there's a bit of conflict with the young. Lake keepers, friends, the young, kids aren't what they used to be.
Nice. Thank you. All right. I'm next, and I think I'm going to start actually with my village, Rayup. So Rayup is bound by the deep green of an ancient forest. Under its creeping canopy, you harbor the Fire Mountain Tex, taught and preserved by the dedicated monks. Many come to learn the volcano's secrets, to read its mood, cultivate its soils, and tend its spirit. Visitors are welcomed into inns and eateries to part swiftly with their coin. So we've got two things happening in my village. I've got the monks who are protecting the Fire Mountain texts. They think that all must be heard and respected in shaping the village future. And you've also got the store owners who are, welcoming all these travelers, and they think we should attract more and more to come here and learn from the wondrous texts. So, in this situation, I think is where Yukti arrives. Yukti is cunning. She strives to outwit and outsecure. Every deal has a winner and every person has their price. Somehow, when the oxbone dice are rolled, your village always seems to come out ahead. The greedy and mighty come with demands and leave empty handed. You were born with nothing but the black rooster's crow. Now you have a village behind you. You play this game your own way, be it threats, lies, or mischief. You will ensure your people are always the winners. So I think my feeling here is that like Yukti was like nobody and no one had nothing, and she essentially traded that paperclip for a house. Like I think she traded the Black Crow's call for a piece of paper, and then she used that paper to secure some gold somehow. And then, eventually through this long chain of things, she managed to trade something to the Fire Mountain to gain a secret. And then she traded that secret for her position as the leader of Fryup. So I think that that's kind of like my imagination of how she got here. So in terms of my questions, I'm deciding, is it better to work with others or operate alone? I think it's definitely better to work with others, in that she couldn't have come this far without having those connections. But work is loosely defined as taking advantage of. Is there ever a time where it's worth playing fair? I think she must think that it's not really worth it. I think she's a suspicious person, and she's afraid that if she doesn't play fair, she won't get the outcome she wants. And I think that's her perspective on how to bring about this time of prosperity to Ryup. I think most people in Ryup respect that good things have come from the new secret of the Fire Mountain that's been revealed through Yukti, and how that's affected the village. But I think also everyone is a bit wary of, like, Yukti does not hide her nature. So I think people are wary in their dealings with her too. Cool. And Logan, could I invite you to introduce your village and your leader?
Yeah, cool. Thanks, V. I'm going to go with my village first because I've not done that before, even after all the times I've played. So I am the playing the leader of Ombak, which is a sheltered half-moon bay where people gather to build consensus by coralled turquoise sea. In the dry season, the turtles nest along the warm sands. In the wet, the waves bring driftwood and strange forgotten remnants. Here, the sea whispers its secrets. Every vessel to arrive is seen from your shore. Here, the sand shifts minds with time, patience, and a welcome meal. So the people you'll most often find in Ombak include the beachcombers. The waves teach us that there is more value in enduring than in gilded veneers. So I imagine we're picking up those forgotten remnants, strange things from the depths, or maybe coming around from other parts of the island to be found here in Ombak. And we have the fishing folk, who seek to be self-sufficient so that we need not bend to the whims of others. So yeah, lots of fishing, lots of really good seafood down in Ombak. If you want a good feed, Ombak is where you come. And then here we have Arjun, who's the leader that I'm playing today. He strives to love and understand. Just as the red sun orchid grows only on your island, the villagers you greet daily shine their bright sun only here. You read their moods as changing winds. Their hopes and dreams swiftly become yours. You were born to a great family who lay claim to many rice fields and rivers, but loved none. They sent you away to learn of the world, but your heart grew sick with longing and you soon returned. I'm noticing a strong difference between Arjun and Yukti's upbringings here, so that's interesting. So decide, is it more important to hold fast to your word or to act in someone's best interest? think the last time I played Arjun, I chose the second. So I'm gonna go hold fast to your word. Arjun's gonna be one who holds fast to his word. I think he's very confident in how he reads people. It's probably coming from a place of privilege, right? That a lot of things have just gone his way a lot of the time. So I think he has a lot of self-confidence that, you know, what he decides and what he reads from people and from the land is accurate. We'll find out whether or not that holds true. And the second question is, can a choice be right even if it leads someone to harm? Mm. I'm gonna say, thinking about this kind of privileged background, this privileged life that Arjun has led, I think I'm gonna say yes, as in yes, a choice can be right even if it leads someone to harm. And I think harm is can be, you know, interpreted lots of different ways. So I think Arjun is thinking like he was harmed in some way. He felt uncomfortable, which is maybe as much harm as he's ever come to, when he had to leave his village and go on a journey and felt homesick. But he understands that that was something important for him to do. So yes, even if it leads to harm, choice can be correct or, you know, right. That's Arjun and Ombak.
What a sweet corner of the world.
Uh,
And last but not least,
Sorry, I just realized, Logan, last time we played together, which was like almost a year ago, we played in July last year. I just realized I was playing Arjun last time and you were playing Anya.
No way. That's
Yeah.
wild.
Oh, the tables have turned.
Sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. You're good. That just gives me more time to think. So, I have the lovely village of Hanyan, which, I mean, it already sets the tone. Voices call, feet answer. Rice is grown and cut, all in joyous motion. And here, my village is Hanyan, sprawling and baked by the hot sun. Stepped rice fields ripple down the volcano, tended by lines of boisterous farmers. Your lands are vast, and the chitters of children and monkeys echo all the way from the bubbling hot springs to the bustling huts. Your people are many, and they always have something to say. Now, my peeps, my main peeps here are the noble landowners who believe that we must take every opportunity to grow our people and expand our lands. And of course, the rice harvesters. All are welcome here if they're willing to work hard and embrace our way of life. Now, as far as these two are concerned, I would say that as Santi, I think I do part of what the landowners want because Santi is very much the type to welcome everyone to the table, to the feast. And so it's like, yeah, we'll definitely grow our people. As far as expanding our lands, I don't know. So we'll just have our all of our dwellings are going to be like just filled to the brim with people with full bellies. Um, but of course, as Santi, you strive to uplift and celebrate. And I will admit, one of the big things that made me really want to play Santi is this line, uh, are you hungry? Then we will eat. Because this reminds me so much of my mom. Because anytime you go in the house, she'll ask, hey, have you eaten yet? Because if you haven't, there's food there. If you have, there's food there. But as Santi, I strive to uplift and celebrate. The smell of spices, the touch of soft cloth, the fragrant scent of blossoms. Life is beautiful, and it is for everyone to enjoy. You feel the winds of fortune gently caress this island, and I'll lead this village to a time of plenty. As a child, my family grew to prosperity. I traveled the island, watched it change. We held many feasts of worship for the ancestor deities, and I'll always remember the joy of celebration. Now, I do have two questions that I have to decide on. Number one, should you host generous celebrations even in poor harvests? And I think for Santi, it's a resounding hell yeah. Absolutely. We had to celebrate. We celebrate when we have a lot and even when we have a little. To have anything is something to celebrate. Now, should one ever resist the winds of change, or is it best to glide lightly on the breeze? I think, as far as I'm concerned, since I am hosting generous celebrations regardless, it feels like I'm going to be resisting a lot of winds of change here. But that's Santi, and that's Hanyan.
Amazing. So that takes us around to establishing bonds. So as we've got the spaces here for them, because your village is connected to others by various rivers or mountain passes, but also by the bonds of friendship that tie the leaves together. So basically, these bond cards are dual purpose. They both describe the kind of like landscape between your villages and the nature of your relationship with that other leader. Events in the game may cause these to sour or fracture, and we're going to be tracking the tension in these relationships by tucking cards underneath them. So if there's one card tucked underneath, that's a tense relationship, and if you have to put another card in there, that bond will break and it will flip over to its broken side, which is red and scary, and but that's okay. We can restore the bonds as well. So that's
Yeah.
in a nutshell what bonds are. And now we'll go around and establish them, starting with Liam again. We'll have you pick a bond card between, we can talk about this as well, Agni and Yukti, and then we'll go around, pick bond cards for everyone as well. So we'll pick, sorry, let me walk that back. We'll talk together, Liam and I, decide on a card we want to put between both of us. Then we will do the little prompt. There's like a prompt on it about a time, kind of like a vignette of our past as a relationship together. And then based on that scene, we'll make some decisions about our relationship, and then we'll move on to the next relationship and so on. So Liam, how do you feel Agnia and Yukti are related? I've put the bond cards across the bottom of the screen there.
Right.
Choices.
So I've got the physical ones in front of me. Helps me visualize a bit better.
Yeah, no worries.
Let's.
I feel like
see.
we may butt heads. We're both very protective people, and I wonder if that chafes that we could be rivals, or maybe it's our cousins thing. Maybe it's somehow related to a family trait.
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, friendly rivals or cousins.
Those are the two that just stood out to me, but I am
Yeah, no, they definitely feel like yeah, Yuki and Anya would probably be at odds. I think I'm leaning more towards friendly rivals.
mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that one?
Very positively. Me, Veronica, I feel positively about that. Yukti, I feel wary and cautious about that.
Yes, I think Anya can be a bit intense.
Amazing.
Man, that sounds perfect. Like just from the peanut gallery, it's like since Agnia has like the deeds over words, whereas Yukti is very much like cunning and able to twist words and gain advantages that way. It feels like such a good foil.
Absolutely. That's why I'm very much excited for that. Yeah, so I wonder when our rivalry started. I have a suggestion that maybe Yukti. So I've established that Yukti somehow, not tricked, but negotiated enough with the Fire Mountain to gain a secret of it, right? I wonder if Yukti is looking to get something from the lake. Like Yukti has designs on some sort of lake, the lake's secret, the spirit's secret, and maybe her questioning around that and our relationship was kind of born out of that kind of time. Like maybe we were both leaders of our village by the time we actually got to know each other.
Mm.
And so the
Got a
rivalry is
fire
sort of,
secret. Now you got a
yeah,
water secret. The whole 4 avatar secret.
that's right. Or the Captain Planet secrets.
The Captain Planet secret. I love that.
Oh snap!
Yeah, no, that sounds good. I mean, we're still friendly rivals, so
yes, we are.
it feels like maybe because Anya kind of sticks to her part of the island, sort of thing, and I feel like she heard through the grapevine that oh, Yuki is the new leader of this village. She got there. Oh, she got a secret from the fire mountain. Like that's good. She's in touch with the spirits. Like
Mhm,
I'm down
mhm.
with that and stuff. And then I was a bit curious because I gotta be ready just in case in case you might think of making a move. I need to be ready to make that move first.
Right.
Um, so
Absolutely.
I kind of got information and stuff, and I kind of bolstered my defenses because anytime
Yep.
something on the outside get becomes new, I reckon Anya just protects. Automatically, walls go up, um, and I
Yukti
think
respects that.
yeah, and I almost imagine uh, Yuki having designs on the secrets of the lake. Uh, Maybe even herself went to get that secret and try to sneak in. And there was that moment where Anya kind of stood there going, "Not today, not today." But there's like a little bit of respect. Like we have this relationship to where you keep trying to come in, and I
Yep.
keep bouncing you off. And it's like
Uh,
I can respect your tenacity in trying, but
yep.
I'm also like, nah, never.
So
This is
I like that as the vignette because we were supposed to be vignette part of this. Remember a time on the sea cliffs
oh
where we
yeah,
recklessly tried to outdo each other. So I think this is like one of the many times where like along these sea cliffs, Yukti's just like come across Agnia like on the path being like not today, right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
Yukti has a mostly empty bag. Actually, no, it's probably really full of stuff that she thinks she could maybe trade with the lake. Um,
Yeah, maybe
and
one time
I
she tried.
imagine, yeah,
Sorry, go
sorry.
for it.
I was gonna say, I think I imagine in that situation, Agnia is actually what would Agnia say? Like, just not today, or
Yeah, no, like I had it in my head, like one of your first attempts would have been to try to sneak in, and then you're like, okay, this isn't gonna work. So the next attempt was like, oh, let's try to bargain for something.
yeah. So I think
And
this is
you
that
try to
time,
twist me with words, and
but it's
I'm
not
almost just
working.
standing there like a wall, just like
Awesome. I think the end of that scene that we painting this picture of our relationship is just Yukti being like, well, I can't have all these fruits go to waste. So I imagine you have something fun that you can do with it, and just like leaves you the bunch of things that she was going to bring to bargain with the lake spirits, and just gives it to Agnia, um, and turns around and she's like, uh, gives you like kind of like a friendly wave off, knowing that she's lost that day, but she's gained new information for maybe next time.
and Anya being unbreakable. It's almost the next time you show up, it's like that bag is there and it's been eaten by the animals and everything. And Anya is just like, but if you were to like do a sneak peek at exactly how many left over, you realize there's one fruit that she's probably taken just the one fruit, thinking that no one would notice, but she appreciates the gesture anyways.
Awesome. Okay, so the last thing we need to decide is whether we feel like there is tension in the relationship, that we feel, if we do feel like this relationship is strained as the game begins, we can put a card underneath it. So do you think that our relationship is strained?
Interesting.
I kind of in a weird way don't think that it's strained because we're so upfront with our rivalry.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like so open that it's like not strained.
Yeah,
How do
no,
you
I
feel about
felt like
that?
it would be strange if I was dealing with stuff in my village. and then you kept pushing, and I'd be like, seriously, not now. I can't deal with you right now. But yeah, right now at the beginning, nothing bad has happened yet, so I feel like we're good.
Okay, cool. Awesome. So that takes that relationship. Let's do, so then we usually go clockwise around this. So we're doing Yukti and Arjun. Actually, like for a change, so other people can talk for a while. Matt and Logan, we'll just for the stream's purposes go down to this one down here. You guys want to do
Cool.
Arjun and Santi's relationship?
Sure. So
Ooh.
Arjun is by the ocean, and Santi in Hanyan is by the steps of the volcano. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Mm.
So, oh my gosh, there's so many possibilities because
Yeah. What's
I
top of
could,
mind for you?
well, I could imagine like it would be something very friendly because at least from Santi's point of view, it's like you've got all the fish. Fish is delicious. We want fish.
Yeah, yeah. I'm imagining there is like a lot of trade between us because I think it said that Arjun's family was rich from rice fields, and you've got a lot of rice fields, and maybe there was some, maybe
Yeah.
our villages have had a quite close relationship. Maybe the border shifting
Mhm,
now and then.
mhm.
So yeah, I'm imagining a fairly good relationship.
Yeah, a lot of prosperity. We're
Mm.
like both of us kind of we're like the rich kids in a way.
Yep, yep. I see it. I see it. So we could be childhood friends, for example, or cousins.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Do you have a preference?
Ooh. I don't have a preference. Do you have one? If not, I'm more than willing to flip a coin.
I mean, childhood friends sounds fun. Like just when you said like we're the rich kids kind of thing, that
Right.
kind of childhood
Hmm.
friends kind
All
of spoke
right.
to me there.
I'm on board. Absolutely.
Oh, all right. So our prompt is remember a time on the mountain pass when you shared your secret dreams, our secret rich kid dreams.
Yeah.
Mm.
Great. Um, okay, okay. I mean, I can imagine in that case, it's like, oh, Santi would probably have, like just a big bowl of different foods, fruits, vegetables. It's almost like a charcuterie board, except one that you can like travel around. And so she would likely
Charcuterie
have brought,
basket.
yeah, exactly, exactly. And she'd likely have brought that to the mountain pass, where we meet up and chill and just relax
Mhm.
and enjoy.
Yeah, I got the fish. I brought the fish. They're wrapped up in big leaves to bring. They've been pre-grilled by my family, so they're
My
all
favorite.
ready to eat. And I'm also gonna bring some coconuts for us to smash and drink out of. I don't know if I'm strong enough to smash it. Might have to get Santi to have a good. Maybe together we'll get it. Because I'm
I'll have
imagining
brought
Arjun
like
was quite a
a
spindly
mallet.
kid. Perfect. You're so prepared, Santi. I love this about you. You always have just like everything we need when we have a picnic. It's great.
Of course. Oh, well, I never know what you'll be bringing, so I have to be ready. All
Oh,
the
it's usually
bountiful
fish.
foods. Oh yeah, but then a sudden coconut. I mean, you spoil me.
But I love the fruits that you've got. These ones are. I feel like they're getting more colorful every time we meet up.
Oh wow, I'm learning a lot, and as I meet more people, I just have all these different kinds of fruits that we can share. And oh my gosh, next time I have an idea. I've got this. You know how we usually have salads that are vegetables,
Yeah,
fruit.
fruit and vegetables with the salad.
Oh no, just fruit,
Just fruit.
just fruit. So you'll
Wow.
have, some mango, some papaya, some strawberry.
Wow. You're a visionary, Santi. You got really good ideas.
Well, thank you.
Dang, I wish I could come up with cool stuff like that. I guess I'm not really like a food guy, you know. I just like eating the food. I don't really like do the cool stuff that you do with food.
Well, look, that's the thing. It's that this is my passion, but you have your own passions, and just us being able to meet together. I wouldn't have thought of that if it weren't for these meetings. This is what I look forward to at the end of the week.
Wow, cool. Do you know what my passions are?
What?
No, I'm asking. I don't know. Do you know what my passions are?
Oh, well, it doesn't seem to be like combining foods, but you do seem to. I don't know. You came up with the coconut. You always have fish. Maybe it's just a matter of motivating people because you've motivated me.
That's probably a good thing in a leader if I'm gonna, grow up and be a
Yeah.
leader like my parents are, just motivating
Well,
people.
do you like it?
Well, I mean, I like that it made you really happy and you've
Uh-huh.
got all this food now. So maybe I like making people happy.
Well, great. I mean, if making people happy makes you happy, maybe that's what you're passionate about.
Hmm. Ah, thanks, Santi. This is great.
Yeah. Let's eat. Just starts shoveling.
Awesome. So I'm going to go ahead and say that our relationship is not strained and that it's pretty solid ground right now.
Peachy.
Outstanding.
It'll break my heart if it does become strained.
My favorite. I love drama.
Yeah, yeah.
I will
Gosh, I
say,
love that. Last week I was playing a horror zombie survival game, and this week I get to play this. Like,
It's a palate
Yeah.
cleanser.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Matt?
oh, I will say, there's a part of me that does hope a relationship becomes strained because, okay, anyone watching the stream, like, this is the regular, but then the red looks so sick. Oh my gosh, the art is so good. So I'm rooting for
Very spooky.
us to strain our relationships.
I mean,
Yeah, let's
I'm
break
sure I
it.
can make that happen.
Excellent. I am all for that. Should we do Yukti and Arjun next?
Sure.
And then we'll do the last one.
So you are in the
Any of this
forest.
jumping out?
The
Yeah, we
ocean.
are in the forest. I think all of them make sense because they're all connecting the trees and water. So I think it's in terms of does anything stand out to you, Logan?
Not really mentor. Really
Yeah,
cousins
yeah,
or
I'm feeling
lovers.
you on
I'm
that.
thinking. I think it's interesting about the very different backgrounds that Arjun and Yukti have come from, and if there's a relationship that might sort of play into that a bit more.
I wonder, like, because that speaks either that leans secret lovers to me in an interesting way. My pitch for that would be along the lines of like, Yukti doesn't find Arjun threatening in the same way that she finds most people not threatening, but like either someone to take advantage of or someone to be cautious around, like Agnia, a perfect example. Whereas Arjun has a vibe that cuts into that in a different way because Arjun is so self-assured and privileged that it is never drawn into having that kind of mentality of like zero sum mentality. That's not the way Arjun even views the world, right? So I
Yeah,
wonder if
totally.
that is intriguing. Like that is maybe what allows you to be intimate and vulnerable with Arjun in a way that she's probably not with anyone else or most other
Yeah,
people.
that's really interesting, especially because I was thinking that I mean yes for secret lovers then, and it's interesting to me that Yukti doesn't view Arjun as someone to take advantage of, because yeah, I'm imagining, a lot of things could just go over his head because he does have that different, that privilege and that different mindset. But that's really cool that Yukti kind of sees it differently. Cool. All right.
Yeah, I would say with that asterisk because I feel like Yukti has that temptation, but cares enough about the relationship to not have done it yet.
Ooh,
Mm. Yet.
potential tension.
um, yeah, like I think she's really stopped herself from thinking in that way with Arjun as much as she can. But she obviously sees like, oh, there is an opportunity here. But I don't want to I don't want to be like that's the line. I don't want to do that. But we'll see. Remember a time in the
Right.
mangroves when you stole a tender moment.
Hmm. I'm almost imagining this is kind of playing off the so stop me if this is not your vibe, V, around Yukti having kind of like a fire mountain secret. She's got a fire
Oh, I
secret.
love
She's
it.
kind of been
Yep.
looking at Lunget for maybe, the lake, a water secret, and maybe Arjun has kind of heard this, or Yukti has shared some things about her encounters
Mm-hmm.
with Agnia. And so Arjun just kind of offers up a tale about the ocean, the turtle spirit.
Yes.
Um, it just kind of launches into the story about the great turtle that visits every year when the turtles hatch and they have to go towards the ocean. There's the great turtle spirit that comes. Then always the night before the turtles hatch, there's a shooting star, which is the great turtle flying across the sky, who awakens the baby turtles, and then everyone knows when you see that star, the baby turtles are gonna hatch. And that's, yeah, I think that's not a tale that's really told anywhere outside of Ombak, because nowhere else is by the ocean where the
Mm.
turtles are hatching. But he kind of shares this secret, maybe not, but he shares this tale pretty freely with Yukti.
Yeah, yeah, I love it. I love the idea that like maybe like the location of where these baby turtles are hatching also is a part of the secret. And I think that's when we see like like you be falling in love a little bit with Arjun because to offer something up like that for nothing at all is really takes her aback. Um, and I think in that moment she's not like she wants to give something else back, but she's like still plays a card so close to her chest, like it's hard to get through her exterior that she doesn't want to give up anything of value, another secret or anything from her end either. But I think she puts her hand, if it's okay, over Arjun's, and like it's just like that's a very small gesture from her end in
Yeah, I think
response
he
to this
he
like
takes it.
grand secret. Yeah.
Yeah, he takes her hand, and like looking at his face, he's clearly not expecting anything in return. And yeah, maybe he doesn't fully realize that yeah, by the way, the story is Yukti could easily figure out where the turtles hatch, and do with that information what she will. But yeah, for right now, he's happy to just sort of share this story and hold hands with Yukti.
Oh, that is a tender moment. Good job, them. Do we feel like it
That's
has a
amazing.
strained relationship or not? Like
Feels
I
pretty
like these
good
two.
to me.
It feels pretty good to me too. We were starting out with some really positive relationship. It's good.
We are, but all of them have a. It feels like it's good now, but the tipping
Yeah.
point for
But
bad is like right around the corner.
Except
all
Santi
right.
and Arjun, we're
Yeah,
great.
Senti and
Nothing
Arjun
bad can
are
happen.
Yeah.
BFS forever.
Until I
Agnia
stick
and Santi.
tomatoes into my fruit salad.
Oh no, the greatest sin. Yeah, so we're up to our last one here. What are we thinking?
Anya and Santi.
Yeah. You
All
have any
right.
first instincts, Liam?
Rindo. I mean, we've got cousins and mentor left.
Oh yeah.
Uh, I feel like both could work. Um,
Absolutely.
I'm maybe slightly more drawn to mentor because I believe Santi is also very much of the resist change sort
Hmm.
of stance.
Yeah.
And while Anya on the art looks young and strong, uh, I I picture her in this scenario to be a bit older than maybe what she looks like. Maybe she's been a leader. Maybe she was a leader before any of you guys kind of came into it,
Yeah.
and she got to see the change across the villages, and she respected the tradition. She sent out gifts and everything to say well done, welcome, good job. um, but maybe obviously we're neighbors, uh, and maybe when she started noticing that there was so much changing happening, she was like, maybe I need to like get one of these people under my wing, because all of these young people, if I don't get one to kind of see things my way, they will overrun me. Before I know it, there'll be a council of village elders. They'll be like, the lake should be for everybody, and I can't have that. Uh,
Mm.
and I already kind of knew Yutki wasn't gonna work out. Uh, Arjun is just, he's young. He's out there just staring at the ocean for hours on end. Like, they're just, I don't think I could do anything with Arjun. But I imagine when speaking with Santi, I was just like, oh, she also resists change, and maybe it started as a relationship to where I need to get someone in my corner, and over time it's developed into like she was already in my corner before I even tried to rope her in. So now it's just a matter of turning turning you into a strong, independent woman that don't need nobody else.
Oh, I'm so
Uh,
Yeah.
curious what Agnia thinks of this. Oh, sorry. So what Santi thinks of Agnia's mentorship.
Well, I will say this. I'd say initially, Santi was probably a little bit resistant because Santi is, everyone at the table. But of course, Santi does have the noble landowners who want her to expand the lands. And so Santi is trying to figure out a way to be able to communicate so that, of course, she wants to be a strong leader for her people. She doesn't want to be seen as a pushover by any means. And who better than the pinnacle of strength, Agnya? So, like initially, Santi's like, wait, but then it's like, wait a second. Maybe after seeing Agnya, like the way Agnya is able to address like the people who like demand things of her. Santi's like, wait a second, that's very good, and just kind of writes it down, almost like writing down a recipe of like step one, stand firm, step two, maintain eye contact, all that jazz. So yeah, I'm on
yeah.
board.
And so our prompt is, remember a time by the waterfall when you learned a difficult lesson.
Great.
Uh, what would that be? What kind of hard lesson? I mean, I'm the mentor in this case, but maybe I learned a hard lesson there.
Oh
Uh,
well, uh I mean, how much time does Agnya spend by the waterfalls?
mm, I
Because I
mean,
think Santi
the
barely goes.
waterfalls are nearing the village, and I feel like Anya's morning routine wakes up at the crack of dawn
Oh,
and does like literally a lap around the whole grounds. So it's like, let's see if Yutki's been. No, Yuki hasn't been. Kind of nods to the sentries that are posted along the borders. It's like, Sinner, no, not yet. I'll be back later. And then eventually comes to the waterfalls. And I think Anya kind of lingers by the waterfalls, and maybe she's got a more set time at which she shows up. And
great.
there's almost never like an organized message that gets sent out to Santi. There's just,
Mhm.
you know what time I'll be there, and
Perfect.
you kind of have to show up when I get there. Um,
Great.
but on the flip side, Agna always does linger just a bit longer, just in case you're running a little bit late. Like she's firm, but she's for you. She's willing to bend a little.
Excellent. I'd say maybe that one moment Santi is actually there before Agnya, because this time Santi wasn't able to sleep. It was a particular landowner who was very adamant about like trying to secure more lands, trying to argue with another landowner about like where their territory line is. And so Santi, not totally sure how to deal with that, is like wrestling with it and can't go to sleep and figures it's almost it's almost time for Anya to be at the waterfall. I might as well go there first. And so you just see Santi sitting just on the shore, bags under her eyes, just absently eating a little piece of mango, but not really enjoying it because she's just thinking. And then she just kind of waves like, Anya, you're finally here.
I am. You've looked better.
I know. It's been a tough night. Uh,
Sleep
you're
is
looking.
important.
Yeah,
How do you
you're
expect to
looking.
lead a strong village if you do not get rest?
I know. I'm trying. It's that's the thing that's keeping me from the rest. Unfortunately. I mean, you're looking, yoked as ever. So one of these days. But can you help me?
Well, let's hear it then.
So, um, to protect everyone's privacy, I won't say who it is. I'm not going to put them on blast, but let's say that person A, they believe that this particular mango tree is theirs. It's right on the line, and person B thinks it's theirs. And so it's kind of debated where each person's territory is, and I I know it's person B's, but I don't. It doesn't feel right. It's there's plenty of mangoes for everybody. Why can't we just share the mangoes?
Well, it sounds like you've got your solution. If there's plenty of mangoes, bring forward person A and person B, gives them each an axe, and tell them that the mango tree is no one's.
What?
You
You
said it
want me to?
yourself.
You want?
There's plenty of mangoes. If they cannot resolve this issue amongst themselves, you can make them resolve it for you.
You want me to have them fight to the death over a mango tree with an axe?
No. Tell them to both work together to cut the tree down.
Oh. Oh
I'm
my
not sure
gosh.
which is worse for Senti. It's like, wait, cut the tree? I don't know, maybe I should have them fight.
All right. This is a lot harder than I thought it'd be, Agnia.
It's not meant to be easy.
Why can't it, though?
Look, if you let these things happen, you lose sleep over it. You lose sleep over it, you're gonna slip up somewhere. When these situations arise, you need to deal with them right there and then. Go back home, gather person A and person B, and get them to sort it out. If they can't decide who the tree belongs to amongst themselves, then the tree will be no one's. Now
Okay.
remember, a tree has fruit. Those fruits have seeds. Even if they do decide to cut down the trees, make sure you replant. Maybe they can
Yeah.
each have a tree in 10 years or so.
Yeah,
Sometimes conflicts take time to resolve.
that's a that's a beautiful point.
Anyways, I have to keep going. I think Yuki's about to show up.
Oh yeah. Um, and Santi is gonna take out two mangoes and be like, here's one for you and here's one for Yukti.
Kind of grabs the two mangoes. I'll make sure she knows it's from you.
Thank you.
Nice. Perfect. I love that scene. So, do you feel like it's strained or it's pretty good?
Feels good. I mean, from my end, it's good. I don't know if Santi feels like I'm pushing the boundaries a bit with my tough love. Um,
I think it feels good, although maybe later after the thing, Santi might feel a little worse about it. And it depends on how the noble landowners deal with it. But right now, I think we're good.
nice.
Great. All right, cool. So, we've done our bonds, and I've loved all of the characters as they come out. And now we get to draw the first card, which is going to be the volcano start card. Liam, you are going to start us off with the volcanoes. Where is the back of it? I do not. I thought. Okay. For some reason, I don't have the back, so you might have to use your real copy of this game. Do you have
yeah.
to grab the volcano has like a starting card that is double-sided. So yes, that one. But if you've got it there, you can read it for us, because we just need to read that bit out, and then Liam, you can actually do the card.
Oh, do you want me to read it?
Yep, just for time's
Okay.
sake.
Sounds
good.
good. Sacred Mountain. A volcano sits at the center of your island, watching over all. For several generations, it has been content to slumber quietly while life teemed in its foothills. But now, the mountain awakens, trembling, coughing, spluttering. The waking volcano spirits may favor you and grant your fields fertile ashfall, but the spirits must be observed and tended to, worshipped and satisfied, lest their anger turn deadly.
All right, so Liam, you've got the first card of the game. I've already dragged it out here and flipped it
Cool.
over
Thank you.
in the middle of the thing. So let me just take you through just for rules explanation. There's two parts of a change card. There's the top part here, which is what you'll read when you draw and pick up the card. It tells you what the situation is that your leader is facing. And then you've got a decision to make. There's two parts of the decision. The first question is always if you want to accept the card. It's if you take that choice, that means you're going to be accepting the card and you will be doing the bottom of the card. If you do the second thing, so it says, do you blah, 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 or do you blah, blah, blah. If you're doing the or do you blah, blah, blah part, that means you're going to be passing this card on to another leader. You're foisting that problem onto someone else, or the exact tone of that is different card by card, but you're basically going to give that card to another neighboring leader / player, and they will do the bottom half of the card, which kind of goes through sort of the effects of that decision. So on top of that, so you can, when you give the card over to someone else, they can choose whether they're going to accept it or reject it. If they accept it, then as I mentioned, they will do the bottom part. If they reject it, they're like, no, I don't want you to be foisting this problem on me. Then they can put that card underneath your bond and bury it there, which is great because that means like that problem, they don't get swept up. You can say what happens, what the resolution is, but essentially it's also adding tension to your relationship in some way. So that's how the cards will be resolved. There's also one other special thing that everyone can do once per game, which is to resist personally. Anytime you don't want to take a card, be it when you first pick it up or if someone's trying to voice that problem on you, you can resist, your leader can resist that change personally. So you can decide what you do as your leader to handle that problem, but it comes at a great personal cost. And then you'll put that card face down underneath your leader card to show that you've used that once per game ability to resist something at great personal cost. So that's how that works. It's a bit clearer when we do it. So the best way to learn is to play this game. So Liam, I'll get you to read The Mountain Awakes.
Absolutely, thank you. So the mountain awakes. It lasts only a minute. Vicious tremors that shake the earth as clouds of smoke eat the blue sky. Soon, all returns to quiet. But dread fills the air. The volcano spirits have woken. Do they bear you ill? Do you hold your ground despite the rumbling, or do you evacuate everyone to another village and ask for shelter? Why? This is a pretty good one to start with. I feel like I've set up Agnia quite well to answer this without too much thinking. We will hold our ground despite the rumbling. Um, so, uh, so now second part of the card, is that right?
Yes, that's right. So you'll do the bottom half of the card.
So, describe wondrous ashfall. Clouds of black dust roll down from the mountain. Grit and smoke hug the fields closest to the peak as deer and monkeys take shelter. In the huts, doors are sealed. All watch in amazement. What is destroyed in the ashfall? What signals the volcano's return to calm? Hmm. Uh, what is destroyed in the ashfall? What signals the volcano's return to calm? Um, let's see.
I know one
Oh.
thing that's probably destroyed.
Yeah, I welcome ideas.
The mango tree that was argued over.
I mean, that's in your village. This is something that's hurting me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Um. I mean, I might take the easy way out on this one. Um. But I imagine the young and their thirst for knowledge and building just links with other people and everything. I imagine they've probably started some sort of like there's the temple and the temples to the spirit have a lot of readings and material and stuff, and that's kept safe obviously because we don't want to upset the spirits. Uh, but recently, there's one thing that Agnia kind of agreed on to let the young, to get them off her back. She's allowed them to build their own library, their own cultural center of sorts. Uh, but she's allowed them to do it in a spot that she knew was not sheltered, not protected. It was just something to kind of keep the peace. But she fully aware that this was going to be the first thing to get hurt. And sure enough, uh, with the ashfall, it just comes and just covers that whole little hut. And there isn't like proper windows or anything, and the soot and the ash just comes in and just maybe doesn't destroy everything, but damages it to where even years from now, when somebody will be reading some of the books or some of the things that they've gathered there, or look at paintings that were brought from the exterior, they'll never be able to get rid of the stains of the soots and the ash that went over there. And I feel like uh, the what signals the volcano's return to calm is everybody had hunkered down. what signals the volcano's return to calm is the fact that the young are actually now loud. The volcano's quieting down, and all the young folks just kind of come out, and they go straight to Anya, and they're just like, "Why did you put our hut there? All our things are destroyed." And Anya's just like stern as ever, just like a wall. She's just like, "I gave you what you wanted. You got what you wanted. Uh, I protect what I care for. What did you do to protect?" And they they'll probably go on and on about how they were never given the right tools to protect their stuff properly. And I'll probably tell them, well, tough luck. Do you think I always had the right tools to protect this village? And yet I keep you safe. Maybe the spirits have spoken. And so, while I don't have a relationship card with the young, they didn't like me much to start with. They like me even less now.
Amazing. So in a 2 or 3 player game, everyone else asks an additional question. In a 4-player game, for time reasons, it's easiest that we only get one extra additional question for you to answer. So that's usually asked by the player diagonally opposite on the table. So Logan, do you have a follow-up question to flesh out that little moment there?
Yeah, I'm wondering how many, if any, of these young folk either like sort of mount like resistance or some like organized unrest, or do they just sort of leave the village? How going forward, like in the weeks and months to come, how do the young folk around this destroyed building, how does that fallout progress?
I feel like this isn't the first time something like this happened, and I feel like uh, the reason why Anya uh, caters to these young folks to begin with is because she needs young people to, like, tend the fields and do all the things that needs to be done, and so she gives them a little bit of something every now and again, because she needs to keep them around. uh, but I do feel like her behavior, because she's so stubborn, uh, just pushes people out. And I feel like, yeah, more and more of the younger people end up leaving. And it's only those that are almost as stubborn as she is that kind of stick around. And it's like, almost they kind of, there's those that yell and then leave, and then there's those that are quiet and that just smile, nod, and be like, fair enough. Um, we'll get there. Trust us. You'll die before we do, sort of thing. And when you're gone, we'll be here. And so I feel like, yeah, some of them leave, and others just kind of almost turn into her, but for their own purposes.
Oh, that's good. Good answer. So the last thing that happens is this card that you've now resolved gets added to your village song. So I'm going to add it to line it there and tuck it behind your village card. So that's 1 turn of the game. I will do the next card. We'll go clockwise through like this. All right, I've got a daily trails card. The right choice. By the mountain lies a holy bathing place guarded by twin-fanged nagas. In its temple, monks make their offer clear. Fund the annual rites, and the churning waters will bless your village all year. Do you raise a village levy to furnish the lavish rites, or do you suggest another village for the honor? Why? See, this is one that
That's a
I
tough
think I
one.
want to pass on. Yeah, I think I'm going to pass it to, as a, I feel like Yukti really takes a moment to, what is it, to turn her mind to her motivations in doing this, and then manages to talk herself round to the fact that she wants to thank Arjun. After all this time, she's never really thanked Arjun for giving up the secret of the turtles to her simply and easily. But here is an opportunity for Arjun's village to prosper and be blessed for a whole year. So I think that she feels like she's going to she has negotiated a deal, and Arjun can finish negotiating the exact particulars of it, but that she's going to offer this as a good thing, as a way as an opportunity for Ombak to be blessed.
Mm, cool. Thank you. Quickly before I answer, does Yukti truly believe this story that she's telling herself about her reasoning? And this could be just for the players to know,
Yeah,
not for the characters.
I think I think that she, you know, when you force yourself to believe it, I think it is. I think it is that. I think on some level she knows this doesn't feel right, um, but she's talked herself into knots. So I like to put that in there.
Cool.
Yeah. So I think she does
All
know
right.
it's not right. And she, I think in the back of in the back of her mind, she maybe even hopes that Arjun says no. Maybe she thinks maybe he just needs to learn, and this would be a way of learning.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh
Cool. Thank you for that
man.
insight. What Arjun does though is be like, whoa, this is an amazing gift from Yukti. I'm already so blessed. Ombak is already so blessed. But I see, where Ombak we have deep connection to the water. And so yeah, maybe Yukti just felt like this was right for us. But I'm going to get that levy together to furnish the monks' rights and give them what they need. But I'm going to ask that the body of water that is blessed is the mangroves that lies between Ombak and Ryup, as a like, oh, this is so thoughtful. But I'll make it the waters in between us, and because and also partially I feel like the sea around us is the domain of the turtle spirit. And so I don't necessarily know how the turtle spirit and these monks would align. So that's, the mangroves are now blessed. Okay, so I'll read the second part now. Grand respects. Fruits, flowers, and bamboo sticks are stacked high upon offering bowls, placed on the head and carried to the holy baths. Monks sprinkle the waters. The flower of your village, which is the red orchid, is placed on the golden shrine. What do you wish to ask for your village? And what other village do you invite to the blessing? Well, yeah, I'm obviously inviting Ryup, the people of Ryup. We meet together in the mangroves. A particular area has been sort of scouted out that will sort of do for makeshift baths for the ceremony. What wish do I ask for my village? I think I want to ask for the continued sort of protection, especially with the volcano having just erupted. I would like to call upon the turtle spirit and the twin nagas, hoping that these two spirits can work together. These water spirits to protect Ombak from the volcano or any of sort of the aftershocks or anything like that. To just completely protect Ombak, water as kind of an opposite to fire that will be protected.
I love it. I think
Now,
I know it's not a question. So now Matt will ask you an additional question. Oh, sorry, Liam. Damn it. Across, yes. Liam will ask the additional question.
So putting all of that money together for this to happen, how does your village react to the fact that you're just like? Because I think in my head, people know that this originally came from Riot and it was kind of offered to you. But I think the more cynical people in your village are just like, oh yeah, they got you to pay for something. Oh, and you're blessing them in return because you guys are such good friends. Like, you kind of got screwed, man. And we had to pay for it. You made us pay for something that just so you could have a. So how do you feel like the more cynical people in your village, or maybe the more observant people in your village, um, react to this?
Yeah, I imagine that. Yeah, maybe the more cynics or some advisor of mine perhaps is yeah more cynical and kind of maybe I imagine has a bit of an eye on Yukti, and knows her ways and her ways with words, but doesn't perhaps know Arjun and Yukti's relationship, and is kind of advising me um, against, there's the saying, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. But with a smile as wide as Yukti's, perhaps it would do well for me to have a look again. So I think, yeah, and this advisor is not alone in these, this hesitance towards this gift. And I think there's sort of like an idea of like, you got lucky on this one, right? Like this was to do with the spirits, and we're a very spiritually connected village. Hopefully, the turtle spirit doesn't take offense. And so far, it looks like we're lucky, but you need to be more cautious with just saying yes to everything. So I think Arjun is a bit like, oh, um, maybe there's something I should have put more thought into this. It's kind of a bit shocked by that.
And maybe less of a question, but more of a comment, I guess, for us, the players. Uh, I wonder if Arjun, because I imagine Arjun is very just like, oh my gosh, this is so cool, and Yuki wanted to do this cool thing with us, and now that other people have given you a perspective, I wonder if Arjun's just like, she wouldn't do that. Like, surely it wasn't ill intentioned. Like, surely, right? Like, I mean, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what's
Seeds
going on
of
in his brain.
doubt.
Yeah,
Well, I
I'm
love
interested to see
this
where it goes.
because that's gonna that it's your turn now. So I wonder that newfound like don't be so naive thinking will play into whatever card you draw next.
Yes. Okay. Draw it out on the table. Here it is. Ooh, strange ascetics. This is an interesting one to draw right now. Ahem. They slip in and out of the trees, strangers with their own magics and way of life. Now that the forest will be cleared, they demand you bestow on them untouched lands. If you do not, they will leave. Do you spare valuable land for the ascetics to live on? Or do you tell the untouched wilds another village has to offer? Why? This is tough.
I'm so glad you're not neighboring me, because there'd be a war happening.
Yeah, I think what Arjun's kind of going through as he's hearing this and seeking counsel is he's just been blessed by the twin Nagas. I'm imagining this is in the same sort of year period. Maybe this is a blessing from the twin Nagas. It's from the forest, which is where Yukti is, and is the sort of the land directly connected to the mangroves, which has just been blessed by the Nagas. And um, and he has land, but now he's thinking about, is this a gift that I need to kind of look more deeply into? And then I think kind of where he lands is, this isn't from Yukti, so it's nothing to do with any sort of one person being giving me a gift. And I think he's seeing it as something from the Nagas themselves, that this is a good sign. And then he's thinking, well, if I take this gift from the Nagas, will this offend the great turtle spirit? And so I think he sits on this for a while, and I think he invites the ascetics to stay in Ombak, and while he makes his decision.
I really enjoy the fish.
Yeah, we've got great fish here. Not, you don't get fish in the forest, so well, it's not ocean fish anyway. I think at the end he kind of sees this like their magics as a gift, but also giving up land as like, that's he's giving up something. He's giving something away. And so I think, yeah, this isn't necessarily just a gift. This isn't just a purely awesome thing. I think he's got that sort of cynicism turned on now. Yeah, I think yeah, I will spare the land. Then I will invite them to stay in Ombak. Granted that, this is a very different locale to what they're used to. And they're gonna have to live a different life. But yeah, I think he's going to invite them to stay because he doesn't want to sort of give this back to Yukti, which would feel like an insult. And like, you can't do that to Santi. He's heard through the grapevine she's already having some troubles with land. So like, this would just make everything so much worse. So, can't do that to you, BFF.
I appreciate it.
I got you. All right. So
I'm so glad you can't pass it on to me.
No, and I can't help it.
Like, if you send strangers my way, their blood is on your hands.
Oh no.
What?
Good, yeah. Good thing we're just too far away.
Amazing.
So in their camp, yeah, the sacred grove. In their camp, the air thrums with power. The sound of chanting echoes through the trees. Vibrant masks hang from twisted branches. You are welcomed with a brew sweet and acrid. What ritual catches your eye, and what gift do you ask from the leather-skinned mystic? What ritual catches my eye from these ascetics from the forest? I think they have they take to doing a ceremony down on the beach, where they light a fire, and they have brought with them various it's like leaves and berries and things from the forest, that when tossed on the fire make the fire turn different colors. And I think they have some sort of ritual where they put a bunch of these different crushed leaves together and throw them on the fire, and whichever color sort of shines brightest, they interpret that as something for the new season, which I'm not fully versed in what that means. And while each of them are sort of wearing these masks as they're doing this, and the gift that I ask from the leather-skinned mystic is I'm going to ask for a mask made from a turtle shell, and it's going to have two nagas sort of painted on it. And I'm hoping that this will be a symbol of unity for all of the stuff that's happening mystically in the village right now.
I gotta throw a question at you again.
Yeah. Although
Yes.
we can play loose with that. If someone has has something that really want to ask, feel free as well.
I have a question. So, with the ascetics, with these rituals, especially the colors, the leaves, this could be like quite the spectacle. I mean, I could imagine it drawing a lot of attention. I mean, would people be jealous of being able to, like, the fact that your village has this I like fireworks basically, like this incredible sight? Would anyone hear about this on the grapevine from, say, another village?
I don't know if I'm reading too much into this, but it sounds like Santi would be very interested in, this is great for a feast, for a celebration. So yes, perhaps Santi, and I'm sure I would tell Santi about it. We still have our, regular catch-ups, maybe not, every week, but we still get together and have a picnic. And I'd certainly tell you about these ascetics who've stayed and the whole journey about, I'm not sure if they're staying, and then these beautiful fires. So yes, and I imagine I would tell Yukti as well. And I think eventually, I'll invite Yukti to see one of these fires up close because they're quite spectacular. You know, with the aesthetics permission.
Nice. I love something thinking RGB lighting for my feasts.
Yeah.
No, that's really cool. I love that ritual. Thank you, Logan. Matt, it is your turn.
All right. Let's see if I can do this correctly. Drawing a card. All right. I'm not sure where my card went.
It should
It's
be
gone
above
into
your
your
name.
hand
Yeah.
on
Okay.
the left of the screen. Yeah, and then if you click it, it'll bring it up, and then you can drag it
Oh.
onto the
Oh.
table.
Okay. Okay. There we go. I've got the volcano. Call of the depths. Perfect. So, a landslide opens a long hidden fissure upon the slope. Acrid gas streams out without end. The entranceway is marked with the bygone empire's insignia. Oh, snap. Do you enter to claim its wealth for your village? Or do you declare it another's right to explore the depths? Oh, man. Okay, so I'd imagine that when the landslide happens and there's the fissure, Santi is initially just frustrated because she's like, I don't have enough land as it is. Why do you have to break the stuff I have? But then when we see the gas and the entryway, I could imagine there being like a number of the landowners thinking, wait, it looks like there's there's stuff inside. So, oh yeah, I'm gonna enter and I'm gonna try to get. Maybe there's real estate in there.
Nice.
Oh man. Okay, so then do I read the
Yes, you
bottom?
do.
Okay.
Yep, that's right.
Royal gold. Hacking coughs echo in the smoky dark. Fearing open flame, you only have the scantest light to guide you. A cavern reveals itself to be a royal shrine, lined with golden statues. Oh, snap. Oh, no. What curse is claimed to befall looters? Do you take the gold or leave unburdened? Oh my gosh. So it sounds like I get to like create the problems that will befall me now.
Exactly. Enjoy.
Okay. Okay. So this curse is uh I feel like what happens is everyone's emotions are heightened to an extreme degree. So if someone happens to be sad, they become incredibly sad. If someone is angry or is harboring any resentment in their hearts, that is heightened to the nth degree. And unfortunately, all of this is like this is swarming and swirling around Santi's head because she does take the gold. She's not leaving unburdened. She's taking the gold. She wants to be able to, provide for her people. And because of that, it's like, oh no, wait a second. Am I not good enough for this? What's going on? Maybe Agnia. Agnia, you can help me. I need help. I can't do this. Yeah, I cause existential crisis.
So typically, just like a clarifying question, the curse was that your emotions like stay heightened as just when you're in there, or
Oh,
is that going to live with you?
I would say that taking it, like whoever has it in their possession will have that extraordinarily heightened emotion. So Santi is having like claimed this is gonna be panicking for a while.
So I guess my question is like, you've got these golden statues that is tainted in some way. Do you what do you do with them? Are they melted down? Are they created something? Are they installed in the village? Like, what happens to them? And by extension, I guess, like, where does that curse end up?
So,
Oh boy.
first things first, because Santi is best friends with Arjun, she is gonna send a couple of these statues over to him, with hey, maybe we can do a little trade, some of those special leaves for some sick statues.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, Santi. That's so generous. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll
Oh
Yeah.
figure
boy.
something out.
Oh my gosh, the feast is gonna be immaculate. But also, Santi is thankful to Agnia for all the advice that she's bestowed upon her. So Santi is gonna send a couple statues her way to be like, hey, it worked. The mango tree thing worked. And now the mango tree, I don't have to worry about that. We've got plenty of money. Here, have a couple statues. These are magnificent. I don't know what time period they're from, but they look amazing.
Awesome. Do any stay in your village? I guess. So I'm going to drag this down to your village.
Oh yeah, how many? Okay.
It's lined with them. You've got as many as you like.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
I'm taking all of them. And like as many as I can, I'm gonna distribute to every one of my landowners and like the people with the rice fields. Everyone gets a statue. I'm like Oprah up in this. It's just like you get a statue, you get a statue, and then if this area, if that underground area is habitable, that'll be like it'll be like, oh, this is more land. We can move in. There's more places to stay with your statues. Everything is fine.
Amazing. I love it. Makes a good storeroom down there. Awesome. So that's one round. In the first round, we always draw a change card. From this round onwards, there's 3 more rounds in the game. We can either choose to draw a change card and do what we did that first round, or you can also choose to set a leader scene. So a leader scene is your leader going to another leader. It doesn't have to be the neighboring one. Like you could go talk to Santi about this statue thing. And you will set that leader scene using one of these 3 prompts that are like written in the middle. You can share a trouble, ask advice, tell off someone else, or express your anger, or ask forgiveness, or make amends. And instead of doing the card thing, we'll play out a scene between those leaders. At the end of that, you get to draw a card still, and it gets added into your hand. And for future rounds, when you can draw a card, you can use either of the cards. The one that you already had in your hand or the one that you just drew. So it gives you a bit more flexibility in the future as well about what card you want to do. So that's the choices that you can do. You can either draw a change card or you can set a leader scene. So Liam, we're back around to you. Would you like to draw a change card or set a leader scene?
I think in order to demonstrate, I will set a leader scene. I have many things to express anger about.
And now your anger is heightened, right? Because of the gold statues.
Probably, but
Yeah.
the anger actually has to do with the statues. Um, so I feel like the statues get delivered to me, um, and I look at them, and because I'm a bit older and maybe I've got a bit more understanding of the history of the island, uh, I either recognize the statues from whoever they used to be from, um, or I just recognize them as just not current. Well, maybe it's the fact that I don't recognize them that just sets me off, and I'm just like, because of the curse of them, my anger and my rejection of anything foreign and exterior kind of boils over. Uh, and I'm gonna take those statues and I'm gonna personally bring them to the waterfall. And I'm gonna sit there, like I'm gonna screw the round today. I'm just gonna sit there and just wait until Santi shows up. Uh, and when she does, I will just throw the statues on the ground. Uh, and I'll be like, Senti, what what are those? Where did you
Oh,
get them?
I found them. They're a gift for you.
A gift? Do you not see the? And I just point at the statue and just the different details of it. And I'm like, do you not see where did these statues come from? They do not bear the marks of our spirits. They do not bear the marks of our protector. What evil have you brought onto this island?
Evil? No, the island opened up and gifted me with its bounties. And I figured that you're my friend. I look up to you. You should have some of the gifts too.
I reject the false gifts. And
Anya.
and yeah, I think Anya just kind of goes, um, whatever this is, soon, I guarantee you, you will see the damage you have brought upon this island, and my village will have none to do with it. And just fully like pushes the statues back towards you. Um, and almost as she's turning around to go away, she just says, you have hidden my warnings in the past. I suggest you do so again. Um, and she'll just walk off.
Santi is overwhelmed, especially as she goes to
Pick up the
like
statues again.
yeah, collect the statues, coming into contact, and that feeling is further heightened exponentially. And I'd say she probably like doesn't say another word to Agnya, feels completely rejected, and brings these statues back to her village, back to Hanyan, and feels I don't know. In this case, just she can't quite like explain what this feeling is, just that she feels sad that the person she's looked up to for so long has cast her aside, cast her gift aside.
And I think as Agna walks back towards the village and distances herself from the statues, she feels her anger simmer down, and she almost kind of feels like, wait, this wasn't me. This wasn't like this was me, but that was like that was weird. That was a bit much. But I think Anya just she's way too stubborn and way too set in her ways to kind of turn back around and be like, wait, like something went wrong or whatever. And I think she just goes to her lake and does like a cleansing ritual to where she bathes in the lake and she wears the outfit and she takes parts of it and just casts it off into the lake as a gesture of casting off the impurity that she would have picked up on, and pretty much spends the rest of her day just not really paying attention to the village or doing the rounds, just doing prayers over the village to ask the spirits for forgiveness and protection, and that whatever is happening on the rest of the island won't touch us. Um,
All
yeah.
right. You get to review your relationship at this point.
Oh,
Whether you
I
think it's
wonder, what should we
unchanged,
do?
strained, or broken,
Oh,
or restored.
it's I think it's time to make some things happen here.
Time to
Uh,
break it.
are we thinking strained or broken?
Yeah,
Or
good
or
question.
can it jump straight to broken?
You can definitely jump straight to broken,
Oh,
especially if it's like after a scene, it's all bets are off. Scenes
I
will
mean,
redefine your relationship.
on Santi's side, especially with the statue's curse in hand, it feels broken to her.
Uh, which is funny because I was gonna say now that Agnes uh, the statues are away from Agna, I know it probably only feels like they're like it's strained. Like maybe she'll give it time, but eventually she'll get back to the waterfalls and we can discuss. Like she realizes how strong she was. Like she wasn't a good mentor. She just lost it. Um, so
And it sounds like a player level decision whether you prefer to break it right now and resolve that in that way, or just put a card down and call it for strained for now.
I'll leave it up to you, Matt.
Oh, well, just because I love the art, I'm breaking it.
Hooray!
It looks so good. Look at that, y'all. Oh my gosh.
Shout out to Patri who did the art for this game. Amazing artist. When a bond is broken, flip the bond card and read the text on the other side. Matt, could you read the text on the other side?
Okay. Oh, this is perfect. Waters run dry. The ground is parched. There are no lessons to be learnt here.
Yikes.
The player who flipped the bond explains how the passage between the village becomes impassable. For example, a leader may cause an avalanche on the mountain pass, or the river may rage in violent rebellion.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. In this case, I mean, it might take a little while. What I would picture is that maybe the path leading up to where the waterfall is, where we meet, like in the center, just where you would look into Hanyan. I move a row of mango trees so that Agnia cannot look into my village anymore.
Nice.
Nice.
And does this mean that Matt can no longer pass cards up to me? Okay.
Yes. So when a bond breaks, good point. It means that you also can't tuck cards under it, which means you can no longer pass cards between those two villages until
Okay.
you restore the bond
Nice.
with another.
Hello, Puffy.
Oh, poor guy.
The chaos.
Yes, okay.
He sensed the bond breaking.
Yeah, he did. He did. He's upset. All right, cool. So it's my go. I think Yukti is going to draw a change card.
Oh yeah, I should have done that as well.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you should have. Yeah, you should draw a card into your hand and keep it there for next time.
Yeah.
Nice.
One card. There it is.
That's a sick sounding card. Oh my gosh.
All right, I've got a demon's gift. In the deep forest, the Fanged Demon Queen offers you great power, an elixir sticky and sour for your fighters. She says it will make them undefeatable. Ooh. Do you fill the cups of your best fighters, or do you gift the demon drink to another village? Why?
So glad I didn't get that one either.
Yeah, look, I actually think Yukti will take this. I mean, this is an offer. I think Yukti understands that there is a downside to this. However, she has also heard of Agnia's increasing volatility. I am sure that, I mean, who knows with Agnia? She's just getting old and senile at this point. She's broken the bond between Langet and Hanyan. That makes no sense. She's acting irresponsible. So yeah, so I think she feels threatened enough to take this gift as like, okay, this is the best. It's not the best solution, but it's a good time to have something, because we're right next to each other. And if she decides to go for us, we need to be prepared. So Untempered Might. In the village center, ferocious warriors adorning fanged masks display their unnatural power. The earth shudders at their movement. Dogs bark everywhere. Looking on, a child cries, a young man agape. What feats do the fighters demonstrate? And what do you see them recklessly destroy? I think that the fighters are like taking rocks from the volcano and just breaking them with their fists and, like cleaving them in twain. And there's like a real crazy sense of power that's coming through. And I think what they destroy in this is that as it starts getting out of hand and they're looking for bigger things and rocks and things to break, because there's the sense of like, oh, okay, this boulder, and someone else says, hey, let's go bigger, and everyone is looking on amazed. Someone brings out a big stone relief that has like a part of the island's history on it, and that wasn't like, I think they were intentioning to like just carry it around to see how heavy and they could lift it and all of this, but at some point that is also cleft in twain, and that I think is what ends the festivities when that happens, and suddenly everyone's like, oh, hold on, what just happened? um we don't know our own strength, so I think that's what they destroy. I don't, maybe it has like a lot of the island's history. So it's like the volcano, an old tale about the volcano and the lake, the fertile spirits of Hanyan and the turtle, and like some sort of origin story for those things. And so that's the tale that's on it.
Do I have to ask you a question to elaborate on for this?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. So, in that case, how fast does the desecration of this relief reach your neighboring villages? Because, oh, the turtles involved, the island's history's involved.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so juicy.
I actually think that it's not by word of mouth or human hands, but that in Langit, the lake reverberates, like has ripples out for no apparent reason. Maybe reflected in it is a scene of that shattering. In Ombak, there's like something like a meteor across the sky that breaks apart and casts a bunch of rock fragments of, for some reason, that relief through Ombak's waters to be beat up by the waves and brought to shore in some misshapen way. And I don't know, in Hanyan, I wonder if something grows, like the ground grows with like rock. Like it looks like a rice plant, but it's hard. It's a mineral, and
Oh
like,
no.
yeah, it grows up, entwines around the in the statues, etc. So yeah, I think that's how it gets around.
Oh, nice. I love that.
Snap.
Very cool.
That's so awesome.
All right, so now back to me. So I can either choose to draw a change card or set a leader scene. And I'm still like, you know, I got some gold statues. That was awesome. I've been feeling a lot more emotional lately, but that's probably fine. And then I get this information that something's gone down in Yukti's village, and this very important, cultural relief has been broken. So I'm feeling very emotional about that. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna. Oh, it's tough. I can see the V is frozen, and I kind of want to set a leader scene.
Oh no. Yeah, what's going on?
Oh, her internet just dropped. That's a bummer.
Oh,
Hopefully it'll come back.
no.
So I'll draw a change card. And
Oh, and that's gonna bugger up my. Oh, good. She's coming back. So for the moment, how about we just take a quick break? It's
Sure, we're nearly halfway anyway.
yeah,
Yeah, that
we're
sounds
about
good.
halfway. Let's just
Give
take
me
a
more time
quick
to think what
break.
I want to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so yes, don't hang up from this call because that will mess things up. But yes, I will change scenes. So everyone, thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Uh, this bit of technical difficulty is just gonna trigger our break. We'll be back in 5-10 minutes. Go grab a drink. I hope you're enjoying this game. If you're enjoying this game, uh, follow all these beautiful people. I'll be putting their links in the chat again. There's also a link that's been coming up as to where you can get this game. And please do so because it's an amazing game and you're going to have lots of fun playing it. Um, in the meantime, we got to be back. Anyways,
Yes,
it
sorry.
looks like I need to do some changing around. Anyways, let's grab a break. We will see you all in 5 minutes ish. Thanks for coming. welcome back. If you're just joining us now, I am here with this amazing cast. We've got Matt, Logan, and the creator of this wonderful game, V, with us. We're about halfway through. So far, we've created our villages and our leaders and how they've been leading their village. Anya just rules everything with a bit of an iron fist and has recently been exchanged some very harsh word with her mentor Senti over some looted gold. Yuki is cunning and has given some Red Bull to her warriors, and they kind of got overzealous and destroyed a piece of our history. And we are now jumping back in with Arjun. That is probably about to express how that made him feel. So, Logan, take it away.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Liam. So, yes, for my turn this round, I'm going to do a leader scene between Arjun and Yukti. And so we'll meet in the mangroves again, which I think maybe is coming to the end of its 1 year of blessing. I feel like we're on the tail end and that we can dip into that if we want to. But there's a particular area of the mangrove that I imagine we meet. And I think Yukti, being very astute, would recognize that Arjun is kind of a bit amped up. Seems his hands seem to be fiddling a bit more than usual. Usually he's quite sort of calm and chill and happy going, but he seems a bit amped up somehow at this meeting. And they get to their spot, and you can see Arjun has got brows very furrowed, and he's actually like pacing like around the edge of the area that we usually sit together. And he looks like he goes to say something like 3 times, and then like doesn't know how to say it and pulls back. And eventually he musters the words and he says, Yukti, what? I don't. So much has happened that I got a message from the sky, from the great turtle, that you destroyed something, a huge piece of our history, and my advisors are saying that your gift of the twin nagas, that maybe I should look at your smile more, and that it wasn't a gift, and that and all these things are changing, and I thought I had it under control, and I thought, well, not control, I thought I had it, I thought I understood what was happening, and that with the great turtle and the twin naga, that they could be co spirits of Ombak, of my village, but now I don't know, everything seems, I just feel so much stress and anger, but then great joy, and it just seems like a lot, and then when I got the message from the great turtle that you destroyed this beautiful mural, this piece of our history, I just got so angry, and I just sort of stormed over here, and I don't know how you could do that, and I thought you cared about me, and that's what I thought this gift was, and I just, but now people are saying that maybe it wasn't a gift, and I have to know for sure, and when I think about you, and when you held my hand, and the stories that we've shared here together, I just still feel so much joy and passion, and it's just all so much all at once, and I'm just feeling just overwhelmed, and I just have to know, like, who are you? What are you? And he says, and I think this will give me the answer. And he pulls out a clam shell and opens it, and there's a golden ring inside, made of the gold of the gold statues that Santi sent over.
It's a literal mood ring.
Yukti, do you hear the sound of Yukti's fan snap shut? And her gaze pierces beyond the proffered ring and into Arjun's eyes. Um, what what are you asking me exactly? What are the terms of actually gets I guess this is a defensive thing. What are the terms of this agreement?
This is not. Why do you have to put it like that, Santi? It's not. It doesn't have to be a contract. Is that all I am to you? Some contract, some meeting that's in your calendar that you tick off every now and then?
I just I think all she can do is wave towards the ring and not name it. I just these things the meeting of leaders and of villages requires great care. I would want to know what my role and responsibilities are. I wouldn't want us to be wrong about what should happen, what we're meant to be doing, who we are.
I mean, who knows what we're meant to be doing? I feel like these past year or so, so many changes have happened. So many, the spirits are more awake than I can remember them being in my lifetime or my father's lifetime or grandfather's lifetime. And I feel like I don't know, is there a meant to be? Can we know? Can't we just make a decision? Stick to our word?
I guess, what is your word?
My word is devotion. I'm devoted to the great turtle and now to the twin nagas. I'm devoted to my people, and I would like to be devoted to you.
I need to think about this. I can't. I think this decision is bigger than both of us. I did. I was there when the relief shattered. I have no doubt that the great turtle spirit would have took offense and told you about it because it was violent and reckless. I'm not sure I'm right for you. I'm not sure I trust myself to do what's best for you. And I'm worried about Agnia. That situation could get worse. And there's all these practical things. The new texts are just about to be completed. There's words to be had with the volcano. It's been awakening, and I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want it to hurt you. I need to think about it. I think and then she glances over at like, I imagine there's like a red orchid that's been blooming there all year since it's been like blessed, and like it's getting a bit droopy today, like it's starting to wane.
Mm. And I think Arjun like closes the clam, and I think he leaves it here at the mangroves. There's a tree that we often meet by, and he tucks it underneath one of the roots where it's pretty firm. And he says, "You're right. This decision is bigger than the two of us. It ripples out to our villages, and it ripples out to our island. And I hear you're so preoccupied with the practical things, Agnia and the volcano, and these things are important. But I wonder how your vision would change if it went from so wide to maybe looking what's closer in front of you." And then he sort of stands up and kind of awkwardly like half bows, which is like the traditional greeting of village elders, and then he feels a bit awkward about it and just like blushes a bit and just starts walking away slowly.
And I think Yukti just places a hand to the base of the growing orchid, and just kind of sits for a while there. Nice. What's your strain spawn, Logan? I really want to
Yeah, I
strain
feel
it.
like it's strained.
But
Yeah.
it's definitely strained, but yeah, a bit both in the positive, like
Oh,
negative way. I don't know. Still on the fence on this decision. Oops.
Yeah. Like, they're growing. There's strain
yeah.
in growing and growing apart, growing together. We'll see how it
Exactly.
goes.
Oh boy.
And I've drawn a
nice.
card into my hand as well.
Excellent. Thank you for that scene.
Beautiful.
That was a great scene. Boy.
So pass it over to Matt.
Sick. All right, let's go. I'm gonna draw a change card as I try to deal with problems without my mentor. Okay, this is. Oh, hang on, I need to drag it to the middle. A fertile toil. All right, I've got to get my good old physical card ready. In the junction between villages lies thick forests where tigers prowl and demons roar. The one who dares to raise the earth receives the spoils. Rich soil for plentiful rice, white gold and a booming populace. Do you turn the labor of your village to clearing the land? I don't need to read the other one. After being scorned by my mentor, the figure of strength, it's time. I am gonna raise the earth. Shield.
Heck
All
yeah.
right. So, waiting for rice, you see young sprouts peeking through fresh mud, stepped fields blessed by priests. Tired workers envision the bounty to come. A lonely shrine remains the only dwelling place for exiled forest spirits. What new luxuries do the villagers crave? Who prays at the shrine, and what for? All right. So, I mean, in this case, like, uh, Santi has really has basically been in like a I'll show you, Agnia, kind of mindset. And so she has been, I mean, her usual thing was always, celebrations, feasts, and all the like. But because out of spite, sheer spite, she's raised the land. She's uh she's thrown caution to the wind. Uh she has seen these young sprouts. Everyone is tired. There might be some feasting, but it's very basic now. The focus is on the work. As far as the luxuries go, I mean, new luxuries. I don't know if this is cheating. You tell me, V, but I feel like the villagers might crave old Santi back.
Ooh, no,
This
that's fine.
Okay, cool. The Santi that would cook and create a magnificent feast so people could rest, people could enjoy their time, so that they could complain to her about little things as opposed to just complaining in general because of how much work she's putting them through now. And as far as who prays at the shrine, I could imagine that villager A and villager B, the two of them go up to the shrine. Like one of them like begins to say like, I really wish I wish we could go back when it was just like it was our community and everything was cool. We weren't chasing after anything. The most we argued about was a tree. We shared the mangoes. It was the tree. It was about who had the tree. And then as this person is saying it, villager B is like basically saying the same thing in unison, and the two of them turn towards each other and they look at each other, and then you kind of see like initially a look of bewilderment, before just like little tears form, and the two of them go hug each other as both of them wish they could go back to the times that were.
Does anyone have a question? Otherwise, I
Anya
can
was
move on.
right all along. Question. Yeah, maybe actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
So those, I mean, those. There's those who pray at the shrine, and it feels like maybe that's a sentiment that's across the whole village. People are just like, "This isn't right. This isn't what's supposed to happen." Um, what what do the villagers blame for your change in personality?
Oh,
Do they blame the goal because this happened soon that like your behavior changed after the goal, or do they blame Anya because I rejected you and therefore they're like, oh, it's her fault, or maybe it's something else. What do they blame for your change?
I think they blame Santi for the change because it seems like everything bad happened after Santi made the order to break the tie to Agnia. When Santi was like, we need to plant these trees because I don't care about Agnia anymore. I don't care about Langit anymore. It's like once Santi lost that, in a way, like a big sister figure, when Santi was like, I'm going to do my own thing, that's when things went bad. And so I think that the people, the villagers, they're all pointing the finger at Santi for being stubborn.
Nice.
I love it. That's a good question.
Uh,
Awesome. I
Thank
popped
you.
that under Hanyan. Oh, I love this. I love this change of Santi. Like from a player perspective. I'm sure it's bad for
yeah.
the village, but good
Yeah.
storytelling.
And your answer to that question, actually, I was debating between what to do. I've got a change card in my hand. I could draw another. I could go after Yutki because she really done fucked up. Um, but I also, now that I've cleansed myself and everything, I was like, maybe something needs to happen with Santi. And it was, do I want to be aggressive and go after Yutki, or do I want to try to fix something that maybe I broke? Um, and with your permission, obviously, Matt, I would like to do a later scene, but that later scene is kind of triggered by um, maybe person A and person B, and they kind
Yeah.
of they realize like what's happened with them. Actually, in the end, it worked, and they're kind of bonded and everything. But they realize that now you've lost your way, and they kind of they need they think maybe if we can get a message to Anya, maybe Anya can come in and try to. If you could work things out with Anya, then maybe there could be an answer to their prayers. And I imagine this takes a while for that message to come through because obviously there's that separation now, and
Yeah.
getting a message from a village to another is not easy. And Langate is a very closed community to begin with, so it's a bit hard, but eventually the message makes its way. Um, and I feel like as Santi is kind of walking around, just doing whatever Santi does,
Mhm.
Santi will notice on those mango trees that were kind of planted as a separation between the two villages. Santi will notice um, two fairly like ornate but almost ritual like axes that are just leaning on the tree, and just in between the trunks, you can see a figure of Anya, um, just kind of standing there, and you can see Anya's got an axe, and she's just kind of waiting, and you can see there's almost like another axe leaning on the trunk, just waiting for you to, if you want to, grab the axe and fight to the death. I mean, or cut down the trees.
What are you doing here?
um, I just have my axe at the ready, and say, I hear that my lesson bore the fruit that it required. Person A and person B seem to get along these days.
Yeah. And what of it?
Well, if it worked for them, and I kind of nod towards the axe, um,
Well, Santi, in this case, like, she's decked out. She has a lot of jewelry. I mean, she was able to like with the bounty of statues as well as the extra land and everything. Uh she's exceedingly wealthy. She has jewels, gold everywhere. She's blinged, super blinged. And a lot of it is from the statues. And so like the emotions are heightened. And in this case, it's like when she recalls that moment, she remembers the misunderstanding. And she thinks about that for a second. And it's like she tries to hide because she doesn't want to laugh, not in front of her enemy, Agnya. She doesn't want to laugh or smile, but those emotions are heightened. And so it's like they just kind of start and then they immediately just swell into just very boisterous laughter as she says, "Yeah, do you want to fight me to the death?"
uh, I think Anya will just be very taken aback by that, and then remember the conversation, and she'll kind of not laugh, but kind of have a, I'll call it the Batman smirk, where she's just like, uh, that is a fight you would lose. But still, if you want to give it a try, um, maybe, well, you might not be able to squeeze in between these trunks with all the abundance that you're wearing, but maybe I guess I could step into your territory to take care of this little problem of yours. And there's like, it's all said in jest, obviously. Like there's definitely like a smirk and a smile. Um,
Yeah. Uh and like I think the laugh and just a little bit of banter immediately, like, it's like because of the heightening, it pushes away the initial, feelings of resentment, because the new emotions are being built up, and it's like she feels that nostalgia of how it was back then, of being able to hang out with Agnya, with by the waterfall, of looking up to Agnya, of listening to Agnya, and then like what comes next is just the sadness and realization of all those months where she missed Agnya, and that is pushed up, and you see Santi, like her face just kind of starts scrunching up, as you see her eyes welling up. And then she like runs forward to try to hug Agnya, but it's like just kind of runs into the trees and is like trying to grasp through the trees.
Yeah, I think Anya just kind of, without being so boisterous about it, kind of reaches and grabs your hand, uh, and says, "This relationship means a lot to me, and I do not believe that words are enough to show our um, recon- recon- reconciliation. No, that doesn't feel right.
Reconciliation?
That's the word. Reconciliation. And so she gestures to the axe again, uh, and she says, "If you can part with your luxuries for a day, maybe we can start afresh." And she gestures towards your gold and your ring and saying, like, "There's work ahead of us." And she'll just take the first swing and just whack at a tree.
Great. Santi will take off the finery and then start hacking away too. Uh, Feeling good to be alongside Agnya.
And I feel like, because there's a few trees there, like we literally spend the day, like the rest of that day is just spent hacking at it, and villagers from both villages kind of gather on the edge and kind of see this moment of reconciliation through the action of cutting down those trees. And person one and person two like hugging again, being like, "Oh my god."
Yeah.
Whew.
Finally.
I'm gonna flip this card.
Yeah, flip that card.
Yeah.
Friends again.
So, yeah, so that's
And I'll
a
draw another
number of-
card.
Yeah. Yes. Awesome. So, whose turn is it? I've lost count.
Yours.
That was Liam. That was your turn, wasn't it?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think some time needs to pass. I need before I make the reply to Arjun. So I might draw a change card and save my leader scene. So definitely will have one. The Kite Festival. Ooh, this is fun. For an excellent harvest, the gods are best thanked by the flying of giant kites. Obviously, I need to do some work with the gods here. Every year, the villagers compete for victory. The greater the kite, the greater the glory. And to win is the greatest glory of all. Do you redirect village efforts to construct the greatest kite yet, or do you goad another village into doing so? Why? Oh, perfect for wanted a card to give to Agnia. This is going to be perfect.
Nice.
I am going to goad Langit into doing so by framing this as obviously a challenge between our two great villages, and that through the trials of the last years, we should, duke it out to see whose village is more able to build a glorious kite.
Very nice. Okay, so I take that, and so I read the bottom now. Taking flight. Mammoth kites fill the sky, guided by teams 10 strong. They duck and weave, maneuvering the kite to cut the lines and untether their opponents. The last kite soaring claims the victory. What gives your team the winning edge? What do you taunt about your victory? Oh, that's an easy one. That's an easy one.
This being along the sea cliffs, by the way, this seems like a great setting for this kite festival.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. And I can't help but imagine. I don't know if you guys have ever watched this show where people build like small robots that they put into an arena and they Robot Wars, I think it's called. Uh, it feels like one of those, and it like our kite isn't necessarily the most beautiful one, and like it doesn't have amazing colors or anything. It's got some blues to represent the lake, like it's got a blue circle right in the middle. Um, but other than that, it's just plain canvas type colors. And it's got some ornaments on it. And the wind is particularly strong on that day, especially on the sea cliffs. Like there's like gusts of winds, and the air is unpredictable in the way it just turns and weaves in between. Um, and it just lifts our kites up in the sky. Um, like it describes, it's there's like 10 people working together pulling ropes to like maneuver um, these gigantic kites. And my team works very much as a unit. I mean, I imagine Langet does have some. I don't know if I want to call it military force, but it does have. Like, we're ready to protect our borders should it come to that. Um, and so I feel it's that mix of unity, uh, but also, while our kite isn't the prettiest, uh, I feel like we've added like teeth and blades to the edges of it, and it's not super obvious when it's like high up in the sky. Um, but when it flies and just it clips one of the ropes on yours, and so your 10 guys trying to work it, all of a sudden one of them ends up with a limp rope in their hands, and the maneuvering of it is a lot more difficult. Um, and so while my Kai doesn't do any crazy maneuvers or anything, it just kind of comes in and just snip and then flies to the side again and then snip again. And eventually your kite just gets pulled into a gust of wind and just crashes into the cliffside. Um, so that's how I win. What do I taunt about your victory? That's an easy one. I just um, I just gonna go to make my speech, my winning speech, and I say today the spirits have favored us, not because of our craftsmanship or not because of the gifts that our neighbors will try to pull us in with, as they have done with so many others, but because we respect our tradition and our history. Yitki, you have made mistakes, of which I am sure you are aware. Let this be the list of the consequences that the spirits will bring upon you and your village. And then Anya will do a very formal bow and just walk away.
It's just a kite. No, what next question do you have, Logan?
Hmm. Yeah, my question is, does Agnia really think that the spirits have favored her? Um, yeah, does she really think that the spirits are behind it, or is that what she's projecting to everybody else?
No, Anya definitely believes this. When the really broke, it Anya didn't find out because somebody came and told her. Anya found out because the spirits came to her and told her about what had happened. Um, so Anya truly believes um, that this this I mean she never doubted that she'd win, but she definitely feels like, um, yeah, the spirits definitely have consequences, felt or unfelt, and this was likely one of those.
Oh, all
Cool.
right. Nice. Love that. Logan, it's your turn.
Right, I'm gonna draw a change card, and because I did a leader scene before, it means I now have two to choose from. So I'm just gonna have a look at them, see. What, hmm. Hmm. Interesting choices. Hmm. Okay, this is the one that I'm gonna. Well, let me drag it out. This is the one that I'm gonna choose because I feel like it goes well with where Umbaka's at. Stubborn as an ox, a farmer comes to you, tanned and proud. She seethes with fury. I wonder how she got that angry. Definitely not to do with statues. Her neighbor took her oxen and vanished without a trace. She demands a powerful curse that the ancestors may bring him to swift justice. Do you perform the ceremony to cast the curse, or talk of the mighty and vengeful powers of another village leader? And why?
Ooh, curse breaking opportunity.
So it's to cast a curse, to make a
Oh,
curse
I
happen.
misunderstood that. Oh,
Yeah,
double
yeah.
curse. Yay.
Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do is resist a great personal cost because, yeah, I feel like something is happening, something is stirring in Ombak, in this village. We've had a lot of spirits interacting with us. We also have the magic of the forest ascetics and their rituals, and I think all of this, energy in our village is having an effect on us, on the people of Ombak, and and I think that we have an opportunity to um, be devoted to each other and stick together through these changes, or turn on each other. And I think this kind of these thoughts that I've had kind of culminate in this farmer coming to me. And so um, what I'm going to do is yeah, I'm gonna turn to the ascetics and the monks and some of the most knowledgeable people of the turtle, the great turtle spirit, and I'm gonna bring all of their knowledge together, and we're going to create um, some sort of union ritual for the whole village. And yeah, I think kind of what happens is, the idea behind it is to show that everyone is kind of equal, and that anything that harms one person harms the whole village, and that we need to stick together to see these sorts of things through, to acknowledge that we've been through a lot recently. um, and I think maybe what comes out of this is, maybe this is finally the point that Arjun realizes why all the heightened emotions are happening. Maybe word eventually trickles back if Santi's been a bit preoccupied about, kind of finally put it together that it's the gold statues that, and the gold that is heightening our emotions. And I think what happens then is we actually decide to take this on as part of our sort of village union and transformation, and that every person gets a piece of gold jewelry, even as small as like an earring, or just an attachment to a necklace or something. Everyone gets a piece of gold, so everyone is kind of on an equal playing field, and we're all just going to be really open about how we feel from now on, which will hopefully draw us together. But so the great personal cost, I think, is that Arjun gives up in a show of our unity and us all having each other's back. He gives up um, a fair amount of his power as a leader, and he starts to sort of more like delegate out to different councils. And I'm imagining this sort of union ritual goes on for like there's a lot of preparation that goes on for months, and then I think the ritual itself takes maybe a full month, and then there's sort of the aftermath of it. So this is a long extended period where Ombak transforms, and by the end of it, yeah, Arjun is still the leader, but maybe sort of closer to a figurehead at this point.
Oh.
That was really cool. I love it.
Liam, do you have a question for me or anyone
yeah.
else?
Oh boy. Sorry, I was wrapped up in that. I wasn't even thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, if anybody else has got an idea, I'm happy for you guys to jump in.
Let's see.
I mean, I might have one.
Go ahead.
As far as like Arjun giving up his his power and like kind of everyone becoming more on the same level. Um, does this is this hard for Arjun because like he has lived at like upper crust level for a long time, and so having to take a step down and recognizing all of that, it is it like quite an adjustment.
Yeah, I imagine it is, and that he he's really committed. Like he's committed to his word, and so he's really committed to trying to promote equity of experience throughout Ombak, and that will look like a lot of changes for him. And I think it is sort of a wake up call. And I think he kind of ties it. I think he starts to realize his own sort of naivety, and when you like go to sleep and you recognize all the embarrassing things you've done before you fall asleep each night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just having a bit of that. And what replays most often in these nights in the preparation and the aftermath of the reunion ritual is his proposal to Yukti, and he feels super embarrassed about it. And I think like he doesn't he won't take it. He was feeling his emotions and he meant it, but he also kind of wishes he'd done it a bit differently. So he still wants an answer from Yukti, but like he kind of wishes he could have done it a bit different.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
Oh, so good. Matt, it's your turn.
Oh yeah, I want to do a leader scene with Arjun.
No hesitation whatsoever.
So quick.
All right. I think it all starts off like after repairing the bond with Anya, Santi like will probably look over at the finery that she had put down, and I could see her feeling like, I'm tired. If someone else wants to pick that up, it's cool. And so, she's kind of free from that a little bit and kind of reveling in having her mentor back. And so then I'd say she probably will send word because I think Santi has probably missed a couple months of Santi and Arjun's charcuterie basket meetings.
Yeah.
Because I mean, she wanted to get everything done. She wanted to do all this stuff. And there was always an excuse of, oh, I'm busy. I got to do this thing. I got that thing, but Santi would send word for Arjun to meet her at that same spot. And I would say the main thing that she tells that messenger to say is, I'll bring the basket, you bring the fish. And so I picture Santi is there, like walking up there, basket in, I would say maybe a couple baskets in hand, because I mean she's put her people through it, and she's trying to make amends as best she can everywhere, but very much so with Arjun, because she's kind of like ghosted in a way. And so she's got a few baskets of the finest fruits, of rice, plenty of rice. And she would calmly wait for him at the old pass.
Lovely. Yeah, I think Arjun does arrive carrying a basket of fish. This time he's cooked it himself, uh, which is new. This will be the first time that Santi is tasting Arjun cooked fish. Up to her how well it tastes compared to the fish prepared by his parents. Open for debate. Um, and yeah, he immediately sort of comes up and just like without even putting the basket down, just goes to hug you, which is maybe awkward because you're holding a bunch of things and he's holding a bunch of things, but like just going for the hug. And he says, oh, Santi, I've really missed you. I was very glad to receive your message.
And Santi like immediately drops both baskets because it's like there's no time for all that. You just, this is what's important. And Santi will say, I I missed you so much too. I'm so sorry. I got caught up, and I just everything, all this stuff happened, and I just want to say I'm sorry. I everything, I just lost track of, what means the most to me, and it's the people around me. So it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's really good to see you too, Santi. I feel very heartened to hear you say that I'm important to you, and you're very important to me. You know, we've been friends for a really long time, and yeah, I know we haven't spoken recently, but it feels like we can just sort of pick up right where we left off.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and did you ever, you know, that salad of fruit? Did you ever end up doing that? Or...
Yeah, I've got some right here.
Oh
You want
wow!
to try?
Yes, I do. Please. And I brought fish. I mean, I cooked it this time. Yeah, lots of
Oh.
things have been changing in Ombak too. We've gone through so many things. Yeah, the first time that you reached out to reconnect, I said I couldn't, but yeah, we got back together this time. Just we've also been doing a lot. So yeah, I cook fish now. Um, so I hope it tastes all right.
And Santi will immediately dig into it. No matter how dry and tough it is. And Santi will say, this is delicious.
Thanks, Auntie. I'm so glad. This fruit salad, I reckon this is a thing. This is
Yeah?
very nice. It's very refreshing.
Right? It's my favorite thing. It's cool, it's refreshing, the sweetness.
Mm.
It really hits different,
Yeah, it really sets it apart from vegetable salad.
Yeah. But I just want to say, you know, do you have any, we've talked a little bit here, but do you have any regrets?
Oh, that's a big question, Santi.
Yeah, I know, but it's, you know, sometimes you do something and it's like it doesn't really go the way you want it to. I mean, you didn't react the way you wanted to. And I just start to think like, what is there anything I can do now?
To do what? What would you like to achieve?
Well, Agnia is so fantastic. She came to me when I was I was being stupid. I was being stubborn. And it feels like things are different. Like we can't we're we're friendly again, but I just don't I just look at the past with longing. Like I missed so much time that I could have spent. And I just regret that. I just regret all the time I could have had my big sis in my life. All that time that I had such a great friend in my life.
Yeah, we have this saying now in Ombak, and I think he's sort of fiddling with a gold ring that he wears. And he says, when you feel it, say it. Have you told Agnia that you've missed spending time with her, that she's like a sister to you?
It is it too late?
I don't think it's, as long as you're alive and Agni is alive, it's not too late. And even then, your spirits, I'm sure, will roam around as ancestors. So it's never too late.
All right. All right. Yeah. You're right.
What are you waiting for? You're gonna do it right now? We should send a message to Agnia.
But I haven't seen you in so long.
Oh yeah, we'll script the message. We'll spend time together now. And as soon as you get back, you can send the message.
Okay. Okay. So what have you been up to?
Yeah, I think kind of just like Arjun gives her the download, very sheepishly talks. I don't know that Arjun has named Yukti as his lover until this point. He's kind of said that he's been seeing someone, etc., and has been shy about it. And I imagine that Santi maybe hasn't pushed too much, maybe in a friendly kind of way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think now he names Yukti as the person he's been meeting up with, and that how that all went down and how he feels totally embarrassed about it. And he talks about the sort of the reunion ritual that has happened in Ombak. I think just sort of just gives Santi the whole download.
Whoa. A curse. I can't imagine what that must feel like.
Yeah, it's been big. Actually, well, I believe this. Well, we don't consider it a curse any longer, but the gold statues that you gifted us, we believe, are the root of these sort of heightened emotional states.
Oh, whoa. Yeah. Money does change things. I'm sorry.
That's beautiful.
But Yukti, that's wonderful.
Well, I haven't seen her in a little while. She needs time and space, which makes sense. But
Right.
yeah,
Right. But oh, I mean it sounds like you've changed a lot. I
yeah,
mean you're still, the Arjun I know. As far as like we're concerned, you're my best friend. But um it feels like you've grown a lot wiser.
thanks, Santi. It makes me glad to hear that, especially now I realize how foolish I have been.
Well, I think if she's the one, you've, you've given her some time. You can present her with the new Arjun.
Maybe. Well, yeah, she could be A1, D1. Who knows? I think, yeah, I've done a lot of changing, and who knows, maybe Yukti has as well.
Maybe. You know what? Hey, there's a chance, there's always a chance that if you meet with her, maybe you're too different now. Maybe both of you have changed so much that it's not there anymore. But like you said, you feel it, you say it, right?
Right, you are.
Do you still feel it?
Yeah, I think I do.
All right. You know what? I'm sorry to cut this short, but it looks like we both have homework to do.
Yes. All right, let's just like speed eat the food
Yeah.
and we'll get back to it.
But I promise you, next week, right here.
I'll be back.
And then Santi's
See.
gonna run off.
Bean. Oh,
Wow,
so good.
that was wholesome.
Excellent.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Don't forget to draw a card into your
Oh.
hand.
Okay.
And then Liam, it's your turn.
All right, so I now have 2 cards. So let's have a look at what these.
You still get to draw a third one before you make your choice.
Well, I might see depending on what I've got. Maybe. Oh no, I've done later scenes. Sure, let's draw a third one. Let's draw one more. Surely out of those 3, there'll be something juicy. All right, so just not to take too much space on the screen, I haven't had time to read them yet, so let me just go through them right quick. I've got Hands to Fell the Trees, or Natural Growth. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see what the third one is.
I always love hearing the sound effects that people make when they're reading the cards and having to choose.
Oh no, this one sounds like the most appropriate for me here. Just by the title, so I'm gonna drag it to the center. And I'm gonna zoom in. That. Click. Oh no, I need to click the cards. There we go. And zoom, zoom, zoom. Bandits attack. Bandits roam the roads between villages. Dogfighters and clever too. Their charismatic leader taunts all who fail to protect their own. She calls you a coward. She has not seen your face in the fight. Do you take on the bandits, or do you accuse another leader of neglecting their duty? Why? I am gonna take on the bandits. Shocking, I know. Describe. Courage to stand. Approaching the holding pen, you see the rounded up bandits look askance. Not sure what that word means.
Shocked.
Shocked? Yeah.
Askance, yeah.
Only their leader stands and holds your gaze. Almost imperceptibly, she nods to acknowledge your presence. How did you apprehend the bandits? What did you lose in the process? Um, hmm. How did you apprehend the bandits? What did you lose in the process? I feel um, like we said, Agna is the kind of person to kind of act first if something starts being funky, and having just random people that aren't part of the village in my area of the island um, didn't seem right. And so I think that from the very beginning, the as soon as the bandits were spotted, there wasn't a question of who are they? Let's go meet them. Let's have a chat with them. Let's see what they want. As soon as they were spotted, Anya was like, let's round them up. And you know what? If they're friends, we can have a chat with them and see what they're doing here. And we can tell them this is a private property. If they're foes, then hey, look at us go. And so I think that's how we got a hold of them. Like they still managed a couple raids, but we really, by the time they were attacking us, we were already kind of coming after them as well, and that kind of got them a bit off balance. Um, the only thing that we lost, I think, in the process is because our all of our young are departing. Uh, the fighters we have are of an older generation, um, and despite all of their training and everything, they just weren't quite as good a match to the younger bandits that they were facing, and so I felt like we lost. Our loss was in fighters, in people. Like uh, a few lives were lost in a just out in the open fight. Um, and so there's definitely a lot of mourning and a lot of rituals that are going to need to happen to see these people off, and maybe once that's done and we've gotten the bandits and everything, maybe Anya has a bit of self-reflection. She's pushing the young away, and as a result the old are dying, and her village is getting smaller and smaller. uh, and yeah, maybe during those funeral rituals and stuff, she'll just also kind of second guess herself and be like, "Is this right?" Yeah, that will be my scene. Has anyone got a question for me?
Um, yeah, could you say more about like what you do with the bandits after you've like apprehended them?
Um, hmm. Anya is kind of I pity the fool sort of person. Like, I can't imagine. Let me just. Hmm. Is Anya into execution? Is essentially your question. uh, I feel that she she looks at these bandits, and they're all kind of shocked, and they were all taken by surprise and everything, and she kind of looks at the state of the village, um, and she pulls the leader of the bandits out of the cage, and she's still in shackles and everything, but they have a private meeting, and in that meeting she offers the bandit a sort of a deal. She just goes, uh, two things can happen tomorrow. uh, I can chop your head off, as I have in the past, and send your man and woman out to the ocean, as for them to find another place to do what it is that you do here. Or maybe in my old age, I am growing softer, can offer you a place to be, a place to belong, a purpose to have, a place and a home to protect. It won't be easy, but if fighting is what you want, plenty of fighting will happen, as history dictates. And yeah, I feel like I give her that choice, and I think that bandit leader. I imagine they were bandits because they were outcasts, because they were rejects, because it was more out of necessity and ease than just because they were pure evil. And I think now Agna has kind of a replenished village, but that village is kind of uneasy because obviously we just took in a bunch of people who were our enemies and killed some of our people, but at the same time there's kind of glimmer of hope. I think even within the, especially within the youth that are still there, they're just like, Anya is growing, Anya is changing, Anya is willing to take someone from the outside to still bolster and like protect the village, but she's willing to kind of make changes. But I think yeah, the vibe in the village is gonna be weird for like, for some people for a couple of weeks, for other people probably a couple of years. But I think she kind of strengthened her village, and yeah, I almost imagine somewhere along the way as well, some of the bandits kind of return to their evil ways, and not all of them accept the offer when it's presented to them. Um, but um, yeah, for those, they just get sent on their way, I imagine. But I imagine the leader does accept the deal.
Pop that under your village. So, uh, for my turn, I will do set a leader scene, and I think the prelude here is that I think Arjun at some point will go to the mangroves and see that the clamshell has been removed, and instead there's a letter that asks you if you've got time to come to Ryup, to be invited into Ryup. And to set the scene, I think that it is, late afternoon during that golden hour where every tree is glowing, and there is a beautiful contemplation hall in Ryup that it's a big hall, and like one end of it is just an open window the whole way across, like 10 meters wide, that has just like a picturesque framed view of the mountain, the volcano itself, and all the forest stretching up to its like obsidian top gleaming kind of in that afternoon light. And I think that's where Yukti kind of sits with Arjun, and she says, "Today I would like, thank you for coming. I wanted to share with you the secret of the Fire Mountain that was told to me." And I think she like points, like I think she draws Arjun up to the window to kind of like look. Or maybe at this point we've just like I had a drink and just like sat in silence and watched the scenery kind of pass, the clouds pass by, and the shadows moving across this beautiful view. And she's like, "This hall has been here in Raya forever, and everyone has always looked and contemplated the mountain from here. So it was that I one time climbed to the mountain myself by foot. Um, for a time, I had no home, and so it seemed natural to roam. And at the top of that mountain," and she unfurls a scroll, which has on it a painting that she had done from the top of the mountain, looking down at the island and all of the different villages and all the different, like you would recognize the Crescent Moon Bay. I This is the secret, that not only do we look up the mountain, but from the mountain we can see all of our island and all of the things that we should care carefully for. And truly it was this that made me aware of how much I could do for Rayup. I love you too, Arjun, but I'm also beholden to Rayup. Yes, and then that's when she kind of like looks over and kind of I think she has the ring in the palm of her hand, and she is fiddling with it in a very reminiscent way that Arjun was doing it earlier. And so she doesn't know whether this is enough for him.
I think, yeah, Arjun has been very happy to sort of sit and watch the mountain. And yeah, I think he's sort of touched and surprised to see that. I don't think he knew that Yukti like can paint. I think it's quite a beautiful, like well done painting, and I think he's quite taken with that. That she would share that with him. And I think Yukti also notices that, yeah, Arjun does carry himself differently now. He's wearing a gold ring of his own already, and he smells of the strange fires that are now frequently in the village. And as he hears Yukti's response, I think he says, "I understand the position that it is to be a leader. And now with the changes that have passed through and will continue to pass through Ombak, I also know what it is to not be a leader or not be the only leader. I understand that the very different positions, they come with different places that you must focus your attention. And we have a saying in Ombak, if you feel it, say it." And yeah, I still love you, Yukti. And I also hear that maybe that's not enough to make us happy, to fit into the lives that we are leading right now. When I love, I love with devotion. And I think I would want devotion in return, however that may look, for whoever gives it to me or shares it with me one day.
I'm rooted in Rayup, and I would never ask you to leave Ombak. But there is a place for you here. But maybe not now.
Yeah, I think Arjun nods and kind of goes to reminiscent of before, place his hand on top of Yukti's, and I think he has a quiet understanding of he's going through big changes, and maybe I think part of him hopes that maybe I'll just keep that to myself, and at the epilogue we'll kind of
Yes.
figure this all out. So yeah, I think he just puts his hand on Yukti's, and they kind of have an understanding pass between them. And then I think the conversation just kind of shifts away, and Arjun wants to know more about Yukti's paintings, and does she paint more often? And just kind of take the conversation totally differently.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I think the way she will acknowledge, like, it hurts, doesn't it? But that is also one of the Fire Mountain's ways. And like rolls, as you're asking about the painting and stuff, she's answering some like mundane questions about that and the paints and the brush strokes. But she rolls it back up and like places it back in like a little alcove where all the scrolls kind of like are kept. Yeah, I love it. Thank you.
Ooh.
Good. I'm gonna draw a card. Good scene.
Good scene.
My heart.
Logan, it is your turn.
Thank you. Right, yeah, just quickly, our relationship, what do you think?
I feel like it's still strained, but I don't know. Is it?
I feel like it's settled in its strain.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. Like, it's definitely not comfortable, but it's also like a thing we are accepting to be uncomfortable.
Yeah, we have an understanding that this is how it is right now.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Cool. All right. Okay. Thinking, do I want to set a leader scene, or do I want to draw a card?
This is the second last turn, and then Matt has the last turn.
I think I'm gonna draw a card. I'm gonna draw a card. Draw a change card. See what my options are. I have two now. Okay. Yeah, I've chosen. Yeah, just move it in the middle. All right. Goods in peril. Another unwary merchant swallowed by the dense, dark forest. What keeps them there? Tigers, bandits, curses? Yet if you do not risk your best trackers to find them, no merchants may dare to follow. Do you take up arms to lead your best into the forest, or do you plead with another village to mount a search party, and why? No, I will lead this this search party. This seems part of my ongoing sort of entry into the village as just a regular or a more sort of equal member of Ombak. And I feel like, I still have that confidence about me, and that sense of being empowered by all of the mysticism that surrounds Ombak, and having been the leader at the time, I think I have a good understanding of all of these different branches. And so perhaps I'm quite sort of almost sort of a mystic kind of knowledge holder at the moment. So I will plunge into the depths. The forest is dense, hot, and hungry. Night falls, lamps are lit. A growl, a crunch, and a humming. The cause cannot be found. As you search, you lose sight of some of the others in the trees. What rumor of the forest do you fear? And what keeps your footfall calm and steady? What rumor do I fear? I think I fear that the concentration of so much sort of spiritual energy around Ombak has caused some sort of awakening in the island, or of the island itself. And we've got the volcano spirits are quite active as well. And yeah, I'm wondering if there's a lot more spirits and ancestors here than we're aware of, and that they're sort of waking up by the sheer presence of other spirits. So that's what I fear. And what keeps my footfalls calm and steady? I think it is. I'm wearing my turtle mask with the twin nagas on it, painted by the ascetics. And I think I have that, like, there's almost like a calming, like I stroke the side of the mask, um, just to remind myself that the mask is there and that I'm sort of protected. And sort of I feel like I have all of this knowledge and these people behind me, and I think that reminds me to sort of stay calm and steady.
All right, Liam, you've got the extra question if you've got one.
Yeah, I think I've got a question. Uh, as you wander through that forest and you feel safe and you're like, okay, I'm okay, but I'm worried that there's that awakening in the alley. Do you actually see or notice any hints, maybe, that yes, indeed, there's been, there's been a curse, there's been like a lot of different spiritual stuff happening. Um, like, do you feel like the island has something different about it now?
I think what's noticeable is that, like, we don't see any wildlife. We hear it, but even like my keenest trackers do not see any birds or tigers or monkeys or anything. And even some of the tracks are a bit confusing, the routes that they take. And so what I think, we'll come back to Ombak and we'll discuss. But what I think the rumor that kind of emerges, the hypothesis that we're working with, is that the as the spirits become more active on the island, the animals are sort of gaining intelligence, and so they're more wary of us, which could be, they're just like other beings. It can go bad or it can go good, as we've seen with our various relationships. But I think that's what's happening. Sort of the animal spirit is awakening in each of the animals as well.
Nice. Love that.
Ooh, I love it. Great question, great answer. Matt, will you take last turn of the game before we get into the little epilogue sections?
All right. I want to do a leader scene with Anya. I had to it's time. It's time. I have uh well, did do a little background research just to make sure first. And everything I think lands perfectly because looking at the places, it looks like Langit is at the peak of the volcano and Hanyan is on the slope of the volcano. So, my way of communicating, of starting it up, is that I am going to send a message over. Two people are going to deliver this message to Agnya. These two people who it's like as they arrive into your village, they're kind of like bickering a little bit back and forth, but it's very friendly. But they provide you a note that says, "Come to the edge of your village between our villages."
Nice. Is this person person one and person two?
Yes.
Best NPCs. Uh, yeah. I get the note eventually. I think I'm doing
Hmm.
my rounds anyway, so it's almost like I get back and they present me with a message. So I'll read the note and I'll be like, I I kind of change my routine to make my way there and meet with you.
Great. What you'll find, because of how close our villages are already, because of the bounties, I've slowly encroached closer and closer and closer until now you see right on the line is this enormous mango tree. And as you arrive, Santi peeks behind from behind it and holds up the axe that you gave her so many years ago, and then turns it around so the handle is facing you and says, "Hey, uh whose mango tree is it?"
Nice, nice, well played. I think yeah, with that, Hanya kind of frowns and looks like even more stern than usually, and she kind of approaches and just kind of looks you up and down almost with a judgmental sort of look, and she grabs the axe and she's like, probably neither. And she rings back to go to take a swing, and then she just stops, looks at the tree intently, looks back at you intently, brings back the axe down slowly, or maybe it could be both of ours, and kind of smiles and drops the axe.
And Santi's gonna go for a hug, and it'll just be like a nice embrace. We get to talk with each other, and essentially, my goal here, because Agnia has been through a lot lately. And I could imagine Santi maybe hearing about this, initially ignoring all the news because she was in that mode of spite. But after the wall was struck down, after talking with Arjun and realizing, you have to say what you feel, um, Santi will propose, since we're right here now, why don't we become one village? We will have plenty of food. You can defend all of us. Everyone is welcome at the table.
Ooh. Oh boy. Um, I think Anya like gives you that hug, and we kind of sit down and maybe we share a mango from that tree, and then you kind of bring that to the table, and she just kind of freezes, and you can tell like her face just keeps changing back and forth. Like at first it's just shock, and then she kind of looks to the side and thinks about it, and she kind of shakes her head like absolutely not. There's no way. And then she thinks back to her village, which is it's things are a bit sketchy, and her closing herself off has been coming at a cost, and um, I think she'll take a page out of Yutki's book, uh, and kind of turn back and be like, how how would that work? I will not be alive forever, but I certainly do not care to let go of a system that I believe works. I mean, if you are willing to accept some of the rules that I have to institute, um, are you saying you are stepping down as a leader? Um, I mean, I'm sure eventually you could replace me. I am your mentor after all, so that would make sense. That could work, I suppose. Um, what are the terms of this arrangement you propose?
Well, why don't you be leader one and I'll be leader two?
I can't believe I didn't even see that coming. And I mean, and by that same token, Anya is just like, just again shocked and flabbergasted at the proposal, and she, like, you can see her brain wants to take this at face value, but also she's just like, well, I guess if we have 50% decision making, I mean, do you still have, is this more of an alliance then, or like are the village really combining and just, and eventually, like, there's just so much, like, she's never been so unprepared for something, uh and she just she just offers what, uh, uh I agree, I accept,
Great.
but we will need to discuss this further.
Let's
they
talk about it over dinner.
my 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 people will be thrilled at the news, but they will, I have gotten them used to a certain level of structure. They will, I will need to have something concrete too. But yes, dinner sounds
Yeah. Invite
great.
them all.
Yes, yes, and such a big thing that, um I mean, this will affect, this will affect the whole island. Our island is changing. Have you heard about what Arjun has done with his village? It's
Yeah.
different. And
It's
when she says
incredible.
different, you're not sure whether she means good or bad.
Smash cut to dinner. It's the same conversation.
And maybe that can be our segue into our um,
Epilogue.
epilogue.
Well, once we've gone through all the cards, the last card in the deck is always the feast, which I will draw out.
Oh, snap. I forgot that it
Yes.
was a feast.
Yep, it is the feast.
It's so
Every 10
fitting.
years, yeah, the villagers come together for a celebration and time of plenty. The village with the least change cards, which I believe is my village, is the honored host. They describe the preparations and the unfolding festivities. So I think in terms of what this feast looks like that's being hosted in Ryup, it's all of the inns are booked out. There's people everywhere. All these hawkers have set up across all in all the streets. There's market stalls, and people are just like having free reign of enjoying walking around Ryup and hearing stories about the volcano and grabbing street side food. But in the village square, they've set up, like, you can see parts of the broken relief, and then just all the rubble that was on it, and people have been, I guess, like putting it together as part of the festivities, when they've got a bit of time or can lend a hand to it. So it's been very ad hoc, but slowly but surely it's been taking form, being put back together as best as it could be. And so more and more of that story is being recovered. And then there's long tables in that village square with all the food that anyone can come by and eat. And yeah, I think that that's sort of the vibe. It's a lot of night lanterns that have been put up, so the feast goes on long into the night. So the leaders retire together to talk in a private tent, away from prying eyes. Conversation and drink finally flow freely. In this scene, leaders take turns reflecting on their time as village head. On your turn, you share one triumph and one regret, and ask which you will be remembered for. All the other leaders must answer, picking either your triumph or regret and giving their reasons. When all leaders have taken their turn, the feast comes to an end. The host keeps this card and adds it to their village song. So I think we'll start with the age precedence. We'll start with Agnia to reflect on your time as village head and share one triumph and one regret with the other leaders.
Right. Boy. I
Agnia
think,
like at a party as well.
yeah, Agnia at a party is interesting. And I mean, she's a bit older as well, and she's very set on like proper attire and proper decorum and all of that stuff, which it feels like at Yuki's party, it's almost like if I was used to having like the 3 sets of knives and forks, and each one is very precise as to what it needs. This time there's just like, oh, you have a fork and it's different to mine, and oh, you just have a spoon, okay. And yeah, Agnes she's very formally dressed, but just kind of trying to deal with the fact that nothing is as it should be and accepting that that's just Yuki's way. Anya is very happy to see that the relief is being put back together, and is very impressed by your warriors as well. And she was hoping to never have to see them, but she's glad she gets to see them in a entertaining fashion rather than on the battlefield. And I feel like she's I think her triumph is the drastic change in the end. The fact that she's merged her village with that of Hanyan. And yeah, I think that's something that people will potentially remember her for, because I imagine those 2 villages coming together. I mean, one that is really strong and one that is really prosperous. The 2 together, I feel like really do something great. So I think that's kind of a triumph that maybe she finally brings up when she's got to experience it a little bit. She finally goes, wow, this was the best thing I could have ever done. Her regret, I think her regret is the loss of life, and kind of looking back, like she was always so strong, and she was always self-sufficient and thought that everything could be done her way, and maybe if she'd softened up a little bit earlier, then not just the people that died in the fight against the bandit, but all the youth that left. The fact that she nearly brought her village to extinction because she was so strong in her belief.
Now we say which of those we think
Agnia will be remembered for. Yeah.
I think from Arjun's point of view, he is surprised to hear that Agnia accepted the merge of Langit and Hanyan. I also want to hear what combined village name you come up with, but that's neither here nor there. And so I think Agnia will be remembered for her triumph for merging the villages. And I wonder how many of those will be remembering it in as a triumph, or how many will be remembering it as like a bad move or a weak move from Agnia. But I definitely think you'll be remembered for it.
I agree. Lives are need to be remembered, and each of the lives lost will be remembered for themselves. But your leadership, your triumph will always be recorded and remembered.
Yes, I agree too. Um, and I would say that Santi would have conceded the naming of the place to Agnia as a show of, because like maybe not totally realizing the power structure, but after talking about it, um, like Santi doesn't really care about having the role of top dog by any means. So, if giving up the name, giving up the big title would help Agnia in the eyes of her people, then Santi would give all of that up so that we can be one prosperous village.
I mean, the naming, when I look at it, it's gonna be either Lanyan or Henkit. So essentially, switching the first letter of either yours or mine makes it a mix of one or the other. So
Yeah.
Or it could be a
Great.
double barrel town name.
Yeah.
Lengit Hanyan. Hanyan Lengit. No, Lengit Hanyan sounds better.
By Agnia's decree.
Yes. Awesome. For Yukti, we go clockwise. I think my time has been like relatively quiet in a weird way. And I think that is Yuki's triumph, is that through this period of change, that she has bargained the right deals and negotiated in the correct way to like almost preserve Ryup with its, all its uniqueness and integrity, almost like, a delicately pinned butterfly in one of those old museums with the glass over it. Like it's like preserved as its village, like as it was meant to be, actually, as like all the scrolls are preserved. And so Yukti has feels like it is a triumph that Ryup is being preserved, and its culture and its knowledge and everything that makes it unique. However, that said, she can't help but regret, and I think she phrases this to the others in this way, like, I can't help but regret that in so uplifting the village, that my place in it, that my own life is being lost in the margins, that I regret the lonely existence of a leader. At times it can be difficult. I'm sure you all understand. Kind of like glances over at Arjun at some point.
Arjun crying in the sun.
But look, enjoy. The relief is being restored. There's the streets of Ryup are full and lively, and this day will be remembered for years to come. Right? What do you think?
Arjun.
What do you think will be remembered?
Yeah, I think Arjun has sort of a soft kind of smile on his face, because he does understand. But I think in answer to the wider question, yeah, he acknowledges that a lot of change has happened on our island, and yet Ryup is largely unchanged. I think the major kind of shift was the breaking of the relief, and even that is being rebuilt. And so I think Yukti will be remembered as kind of like the eye of a storm. The Ryup will be is the eye of the storm during this era of our island, and she'll be remembered for keeping sort of peace and quiet when so much was going on elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Yukti has done so much to protect Ryat. Like there were so many. I mean, I guess, and Santi doesn't know like what's happened really with like the earlier things that were sent over to Arjun, but like overall with out of character, like Yukti has had her village's well-being at top priority the entire time, supremely selfless, and as such, like basically the perfect leader in that respect, because you're looking out for your people, and you're making sure that whatever happens, you're standing by your people. It is a lonely existence, but as a leader, uh, Yukti is phenomenal.
I think Anya is kind of she's kind of had a few drinks now, and she's kind of she's a bit more comfortable. She kind of leans back, and she looks over to Yuki, kind of playfully almost, and she kind of goes, "The role of a leader. I never bothered to marry myself. None could really. That's besides the point. Um, but as I have learned recently, and I kind of look over to Santi, I said, it is not necessary, and often we are stronger together. Um, I hope that, and Anya says all this completely unaware of what's actually going on in the room. Um, and she just says, I hope someday you realize that aligning yourself with someone is the best thing you can do for your village. Um, for however long I have left on this island, um, know, as you have said, that I will be remembered for my alliances, despite pushing them back for so long. And so I would like to be able to remember you for the alliances you make in the future, and not your loneliness. Um, so until you see to this, Yuki, for now, I will just have to remember you as unfortunately alone.
Love it. June stuff.
Oof. Yeah. So yeah, Arjun yeah, is noticeably different from when we first met him at the beginning of our game. And I think his greatest triumph is having kind of folded in all of the various sort of spiritual and mystic aspects that have come forward into Ombak, and kind of weaved it into a new configuration that seems to be working. And yeah, I think he's most proud of taking things as they came and just kind of rolling with them and folding them in to this ongoing journey of Ombak. And his greatest regret, sorry, I think his greatest regret was that he let sort of so much kind of slip by him in the early days, that he kind of took everything for granted, and yeah, that there are opportunities that he missed just by sort of sheer naivety early on in his rule. And yeah, he regrets not having caught those, and kind of idly wonders how different Ombak would be if he'd caught those.
Matt, do you want to kick us off with what you think?
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, all good.
I I definitely think that Arjun is going to be remembered for being able to uh, roll with the punches and fold in so many different elements that he's had to deal with, um, including a curse of all things. I mean, none of us had to deal with that except Arjun, so wow, impressive. Um, and yeah, like being able um, to incorporate everything and then step away because Arjun had such a high position, and being willing to step down from that and adjust to all of that, that's incredible. And so definitely think the triumph will be remembered.
Um, I know would have to agree. Still, again, just kind of nod and say, um, I do not know um, where the path you have chosen will take you, and can we even still say your village on back? But it is a move I could not have made. I have made my own concessions, and they have been good for me. And I will remember you for having been able to make those concessions and for having changed the face of this island in a way. Um, and I've got this headcanon that uh, the the gold, like all of the statues, were eventually turned into like coins or smaller pieces, and I think like the other villages also kind of accepted the way you did it. Like, hey, if everyone has a coin, then we're all on the same level. And I like to think that our village uh, kind of did the same thing since Santi was the one that found the gold to begin with. And that now it's kind of a island wide thing that everyone has this coin and no one goes out without it. And that the on back expression of if you feel it, say it has kind of also spread with it. And that as an island, the whole island is more honest and more open because of this. Um, and so, yes, I definitely feel that it is your triumph that will be remembered.
I
Well,
love that.
Yukti's perspective is like, your mistakes are part of you. It'll be remembered because despite your mistakes, you still managed to make these changes that we have been celebrated. So don't take it too hard that your mistakes will also be remembered as part of that. It'll be a learning opportunity. And I think it's a bit tongue in cheek, but she mostly agrees with what the other leaders have said. And Asanti.
All right. So, Santi's biggest regret is going through a Spider-Man 3 Bully Maguire phase and building building a wall between my mentor and me and creating an invisible rift between my best friend and me. And that's something that those are months, those are days, those are minutes and seconds that Santi can't get back. That she regrets losing them and losing her way as she, in effect, pushed her people to do that too, making them work so hard that they wouldn't have time to be able to sustain all their connections either. And so Santi will regret that forever. She feels that her triumph is that those people around her were less stubborn than she so that when it's all said and done, we were able to recognize it soon enough that we could fix it so that we still have months, days, minutes, and seconds together. We've lost some time, but we celebrate the time we have left, much as, well, when it comes to our feasts, whether we have a lot or a little, we celebrate.
Uh, Anya will just say, I believe you will be remembered for the choices you have made, and I will definitely remember you for not being as stubborn as I, and not waiting to be old to change. It becomes a lot harder to change as you get older, and I am proud of you to have learned the lessons that I could not in the time that I should have. Um, so you will be remembered forever in our village as the person who learned fast, as village leader too.
Everyone always remembers a good feeding and a good feast. And I think they're always thankful for it. And I think that your open heart will be remembered by those of your village and eventually too by those in Langit who will come to know it.
I think yeah, I think Santi, you'll be remembered for this kind of journey that you went on as a leader. It sort of seemed to Arjun that you went from being sort of very generous to being very closed off, and then generous again. And I think, yeah, that journey is kind of like a story that people will tell about, the generous leader, and even generous people, things can happen that they shut down, but there's always the ability to turn back again and become more open and connected. So I think Santi's sort of story is kind of like one of those stories that gets passed down to younger generations and descendants as a story of the possibility of change. So yes, I think you'll be remembered. I don't know if that was your triumph or your regret, but I
Thank you.
think that's how you'll be remembered. Yeah, and I do just want to say one last bit about Arjun, that if the invitation from Yukti to stay is still open, then after the feast closes, he won't leave. He will stay in Raya.
Nice.
Hooray, yes, I think it is definitely still open. That's
Santi
lovely.
has made like so many cakes every day just in case. And so it's like, yeah, here you go.
So I will say, so at this point in the game, I'm just popping all the leaders. The leaders will go under the village and form the last line of your village song. And then we will do like a reading. We'll just go from Liam clockwise around the table like we've been doing the whole game, and just go and just read through each of our village songs, starting from your village card all the way down to your village leader.
Alrighty. And so we'll start with Langit. Shared village song. uh, by the volcano's peak, the cradled lake, the infinite sky. Fiery spirits yawn, waking from slumber, loudly demanding urgent attendance. The unrivaled kite, billowing with pride, remains aloft when others have fallen. Enemies met with ruling courage, thieves and bandits confronted face to face. Fire cannot hide, only light, and draw all to it.
Raya. The forest breaks to tender temples. Many flock to read and learn. Ferocious are fighters unrestrained, tusked demons undefeatable. Tables laid high and tables emptied, stomachs and hearts full to bursting. Every deal is struck for good and bad reasons.
All right, Song of Ombak. At the sea's edge, shading palms in restful places shelter. Offerings pile high and twin nagas invoked, bathe in peace for exactly 1 year. On the wind, an echoed chant wraps itself around huts and fields. Watchful guards face their dread. To the good shall flow. Each morning here greets with gentle grace.
All right. Hanyan. Voices call, feet answer. Rice is grown and cut, all in joyous motion. Searching the deep scars of the mountain, ancients proffer tainted gold. Rice grows, a living boon for all. The forest is forgotten. It is not needed. Are you hungry? Then we will eat.
Perfect. And that is the
Yay!
end of our game today of Villagesong.
Thank you so much, V. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope all our viewers enjoyed this game as well. I have been sharing the links uh, to the people here and to the game. I will do one more run around before we wrap this up. If you could please again introduce who you are, what you're doing with your life, uh, more or less, and where people can find you. I'll be putting your links in the chat as well while we do this. So let's start with Matt again. Matt, tell us who you were today, who you are, what you do, where people can
Yeah,
find you.
absolutely. I was Santi this evening, and I'm Matt. I had an absolute blast with y'all. Thank you so much for playing with me. Thank you so much for running it. Y'all can find me on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Improv, and D&D. And I hope to see y'all again soon.
Nice. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for coming. Logan.
Hi everyone, I'm Logan. I have been fictionally Arjun for the past several hours. You can find me on Twitter at ink_and_stories. And you can find all my games, including my Pride sale on at the moment at breathingstories.itch.io.
Thank you very much. And last but definitely not least, V.
Thank you all for playing. I had a wonderful time playing with you all, and such a good group. I'm V. You can find my work on storybrewersroleplaying.com and on Twitter at Rocketeer_V. Thank you so much for playing this game and giving it like you're all amazing storytellers. So it's been a joy to see.
Thank, thank you so much. It was great. Every time I play this game, the stories that come out of it are absolutely amazing. If you do not have a copy, like I said, the link's been coming up. Definitely go and get yourself a copy of this. Like it's so great. It's such a good game, and I enjoy it every single time. This is it for us. I am Liam, and I have shared my Twitter and the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, feel free to join. We've got a nice bunch of people that are up that away, just hanging out and telling more stories. Next week, I am bringing V back in here, dragging her back in, kicking and screaming, um, for an interview and a
With joy and
Q&A.
excitement. Kicking and screaming with joy and excitement.
Yes. Phew. Um, but yes, um, we're going to be talking about Villagesong, but also all the other games that you guys have been cooking up over at Story Brewers. So if any of you have any questions, you can throw them at me on Twitter, or you can join the Discord, and I'll make a channel actually specifically for questions. And tune in next week, same time, same channel, and we will dive deeper into the world of Storybrewers. Until then, y'all stay safe, and we will see you later.